Testing, testing, testing. All right. Testing, testing, testing. All right. It looks like we are all set to go. So, if you haven't heard yet, social media influencers have all gotten their say here. They've all gotten to see everything and look at everything, and we're still in the dark. See everything and look at everything, and we're still in the dark. Yeah. So, that's what's new there. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Said absolutely no one. But let's go to Twitter here. Or to X, rather. Because there should be a spaces going on right now with Diligent Citizen. And they should all be talking about how this is just so great. Only a select few got it. This is so wonderful. Whatever.
In the names of the people that were on the plane 20 times. I mean, if you got a ride, there's going to be people on there who are on there one time who are going to come out and be like, yo, I got on there and some weird shit was happening and I never spoke to him again.
Like, well, to be fair, Kevin, Trump's name is going to be on there probably 20 times, but they're all going to be flights from New York to Palm Beach.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, the flight. Look,
Kennedy too.
Some guy I don't know, I meet at a party, says, hey, you want to take a plane to Palm Beach? I'm probably getting on it. Like, I don't know. I don't know who the hell this guy is. I didn't know who Jeffrey Epstein was. Like, yeah, most people. And that's what I think unfortunately, I think the first tranche is going to be.
Do you think the CIA or the FBI is ever going to actually tell people who was on the compromat who was on the tapes and the CIA, Mossad?
I think with Cash and
I was gonna say the FBI, the NSA, like all of those are under new management now, right? So they've had time to purge records that they want to hide. But I think from the upper echelons, we're going to see more transparency than we've ever seen.
Diligent, I do have something that's newsworthy here. Just for confirmation.
Is it as newsworthy as Jack Pozo's live feed? Because if it is, then
it is more newsworthy than that, I promise. So I did a little bit of a reverse search on the vault files because I wanted to make sure that there was nothing new on there. And I used archives.org, the Wayback Machine, which some of you guys might be familiar with. You can see old versions of websites. They have been on there for a long time. So those are actually the old FBI files that were released.
That's what I thought.
They're definitely not any new files yet. I think it's possible that they would release it to the FBI vault, but I think it's more likely the DOJ because of how Pam Bondi works. I think she'll probably put it on the news.
Well, they were saying that she's likely going to do a press release.
It's on. They have a separate website. I believe it's NARA that they're putting it on. It's not
That's the National Archives.
Yeah, I think
so this is
the National Archives.
That's for the JF. So I did a video of that before. That's the JFK archives are on the National Archives website as well as the RFK and the MLK. But these files, because they pertain to an investigation, they're probably going to be hosted by the DOJ. My guess would be directly by the DOJ. And if you actually look, the DOJ has a news feed, which is the press releases. For something of this magnitude, they're going to definitely want to put it on the news feed. So my guess would be as soon as they put it up, they're probably going to post it on their own news blog, which is like right there on the site.
So this is nothing against Scott Pressler at all. I love the guy. But don't you think it's a little weird that he got one? I mean, he's not necessarily very political in the sense of like news to be releasing like
I mean,
pedophile fun.
he put out a lot of newsworthy information during the election. He reported things that nobody else was reporting on, especially when it comes to voter fraud and deception, especially what was happening in Pennsylvania. He used his platform to propagate news regarding the Trump administration's campaign.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's actually the most important part.
yeah, I just think it's a
It's a
little weird that he
power
got
move.
one. That's all.
It's a
It's just
power
a little
move
weird.
saying the
I don't
main.
think it's weird at all. Look what he just did in Pennsylvania. Are you kidding me? This kid is going places and has been places and has conquered and is doing everything you could possibly ask for. He's one of the most positive people that you can rely on. You need reliable people that are going to take this and do right by it
This is a
on
power move
immediate.
by Trump to say the mainstream media is dead. These are the news
100%.
That's
newsmakers.
exactly what
A
it
hundred
is.
percent. I mean, just like, and not even so much independent journalists, just independent personalities. Like, it's not like everyone has a show that got the list.
Right.
It's
I
not like.
think, yeah, now that you think about it, like Scott has credibility. And if he would be releasing it, he wouldn't be releasing it because he's selling boner pills or he has, he's shilling for subscribers or something. So now I guess now I can kind of see it that he
Well, it's
does have the
also like,
credibility
Can we
that he'll
not
go.
just not mention those pills during an Epstein space? I mean,
yeah, please not.
a
But
little like smidgen of
Hey,
awareness
don't
there.
attack boner
guys, we
pills.
Wait, so
oh
this
my
space
gosh,
isn't.
guys. So we do
So,
want to, guys. I think we don't want to
Okay,
go on to.
breaking. Anna Paulina Luna just said, I nor the task force were given or reviewed the Epstein documents being released today. Any post story any New York Post story just revealed that the documents will simply be Epstein's phone book. This is not what or we, the American people, asked for. Get us the information we asked for instead of leaking old info to the press. Say what now?
Wow. So
There you
okay.
Hold up.
Whoa.
So I
What
there
think
you
the
one
go.
thing. So
hell?
so so
Whoa,
Doug,
let's
actually,
unpack that. Hold on. So she is saying that what was been given out to maybe that was what was given to the legacy media, right? Like,
No, I think it's what's given to everybody, and then, until you see the indictments, you'll see nothing new.
I
Yeah,
mean
Cash
that's
Patel.
So,
Cash Patel
so
said
Anna
that.
Anna Paulina Luna is the head of a task force. So it's not a committee, right? Does she have subpoena power
It's a
and the
subcommittee. It's a
ability to
subcommittee.
do that kind of stuff as a
Why
committee,
are
or
She
is it
we
just a
she
task
hasn't
not
been
force?
given subpoena power in the
surprised?
subcommittee.
Why are we not
And Cash
surprised?
Patel, during his confirmation hearing to Marsha Blackburn, said that what he would do, up to him, would on day one release the black book. So this is consistent with what the breadcrumbs that were left, uh, before all this happened. So, but I'm interested to see who's in his phone book. Who is
Why
he
are we not
talking to?
surprised?
yeah,
Right.
Right? Yeah.
that's a lot
This
more than
is
we had before. That's a lot more than we had. Guys, listen. Also, as far as who gets this stuff, I think that is something the left is going to try to use to divide us. It's already on these mainstream blogs. They're like, well, why did the conservative far right people get it? You know what? If we start playing that game, we're falling into their hands, and they want to divide us about who got the docs. Just look, Trump wanted to create a big splash. He picked the people that he trusts. There's plenty of other people he trusts, I'm sure. If you didn't get the docs, don't be butthurt about it.
That's right, and everybody wants to see this black
yeah,
book
but
because
Anna
this is the
Paulina
black book
Luna
of
is
the
not just
CIA.
some influencer that is salty because she didn't get access to them. She's literally the head of the oversight committee in charge of reviewing and releasing the documents to the
Yeah,
public,
but
right?
she's a
So
representative of the representative branch. She's not part of the executive, and she doesn't have the authority. I mean, she can complain about it, sure, and she's a representative, so she
I mean,
speaks
what does it
for
matter,
Florida.
bro? Like
So
that's
wait, Nick Sorter
I
has
really
just
don't
put
care who
out
gets it,
apparently
as
the
long as it gets out.
SDNY is gatekeeping thousands of documents.
he said
Well,
what?
yeah, CIA
That
is. I'm
the
telling you.
SDNY, hold on, that the SDNY is gatekeeping thousands of documents.
Southern
He
District,
just put
Southern
that
District of New
out
York.
like now because I'm not seeing that.
He literally just put it out at 2:14, so 1 minute ago. I'll send it to you.
Yeah, that's been out for a few minutes now. So the Southern District of New York has a lot of extra documents that they're holding related to this that presumably would be in the hands
Let's
of
see
these
what it
federal
says here.
agencies too, right? But why would they not be? I mean, but then you never know. We had, the other day, the same discussion, like, why wouldn't these agencies have made multiple copies. Well, maybe in some cases they were siloed off. So definitely they might have some stuff that's different.
Oh, the deep state's going to do everything they can to intervene and make sure that these documents don't get out. That's what I'm trying to say. The CIA and the Mossad. This guy is a former agent of Mossad and the CIA, basically. Like that, we know this.
Even Nick
Right? He's
Sorter
definitely
was
working for
talking about
Mossad.
this being kind
So
of
yeah, I want to see
ridiculous.
this black book.
Wait a second. So hold on. They were handed nondescript binders. Is this a power play on the SDNY to be like, yo, you don't know what these people have? Like,
I don't
they could
see
have
the post that
everything
he's
because
talking
they're
about.
very nondescript binders.
Well, they work for Pam Bondi now. Just this is
Okay.
obviously
Yeah, they
for this
always
info.
work for the DOJ.
Here
Remember,
it
they
is.
But they're
raided
not.
Bannon 2 weeks or 2 months before an election, so they
But
don't obviously
Okay.
listen to the DOJ.
no,
Yeah, that's
but
not
they
a
now
post.
work
So I
for
was looking
Pam
for a
Diligent.
post. It's a
SDNY doc.
reply that you're referencing.
Hey, Diligent, here's a brand new thing. So this is from the binder. This is the first thing I've seen posted from the binder. This is from Emily Austin, who apparently was given this as well. This is a letter from.
I like this better.
I'm just
Oh,
going
is
to
it
read
gonna?
this real quick, if that's
No,
all right.
I didn't want it to do
Dear
that
Director
way.
Patel, before you came into office, I
I want this
requested
to
the full
be
and complete
larger.
files related to Jeffrey Epstein.
I don't
In
like
response to
this.
this request, I received.
I don't like this. What happened? Oh, it's telling me I'm already. Ugh. Okay. But it's not playing anything. What happened?
By 8 a.m. tomorrow, February 28th, the FBI will deliver the full and complete Epstein files to my office, including all records, documents, audio and video recordings, and materials related to Jeffrey Epstein and his clients, regardless of how such information was obtained. There will be no withholdings or limitations to my or your access. The Department of Justice will ensure that any public disclosure of these files will be done in a manner to protect the privacy of victims and in accordance with law, as I have done my entire career as a prosecutor. I am also directing you to conduct an immediate investigation into why my order to the FBI was not followed.
This is just a complaint, bro. This is not evidence.
No, this is
what it's saying is that the
It's
SDNY
a strongly worded
and the
letter.
FBI are
It's
rogue.
literally a strongly worded letter. That's what it is.
You will deliver to me a comprehensive report of your findings and proposed personnel action within 14 days. I appreciate your immediate attention. I know we're both committed to transparency.
And they're going to
Sincerely,
tell her
Pam
to go
Bondi.
F herself.
That's the first page of the binder. Essentially, what she's saying is that basically the FBI had not complied with Trump's order, and she's now saying, "Cash,
well, that's no
you got to do
mystery.
this."
They never have. They kept a Hunter Biden laptop. Look, this is evidence that was acquired by New York and the feds when they went into Epstein's penthouse in New York. Right? That's what the source of this is. They have videotapes. They have record. They have. That's the mother lode. They got it. And what Pam's saying is that the feds and the FBI in New York have been holding back, and we've known that for a long time. And Pam Bondi's calling them out on it. So it's gonna be over for whoever's holding that information back.
But I think
Yeah, I'll
it's
be interested to
important
hear
because
what
they put that in there.
Marsha Blackburn has to say, because she, as her doing, because she kept asking for it. So if she comes out and says, this is BS or this is stuff that we already knew, that lends more credibility that this is nothing.
I wonder what process they go through to choose where they put the information out at. Like, I mean, who are you guys happy with how this is being conducted or no?
I mean, if
doesn't
I
make
say
any
something,
difference to
everybody's
me.
like,
It gets
tame
out,
your
it gets out.
discernment, Maze. Tame your discernment. You know what I'm saying?
I
Who
would be
says
I
that?
would be
Nobody says
fine
that.
I
if
got
it's
you, girl. You know I'm right there with you.
I would be fine if it's embargoed and then at 8 p.m. or at midnight it's released on the internet and these people are then allowed to talk about it. I'd be fine if it's that. I would be unhappy if it's these people behind paywalls or behind subscriber only spaces, reveal what's in there.
I just want it to happen because even if they do that, like you guys tagging me, listen. Oh, Ed Krasenstein just liked my post complaining The That's funny. The gatekeeping occurring with the Epstein files drop is a horrible look, and you know that the Democrats are jumping all over
Don't
that
be
one.
bragging about
Well,
Crassus
you don't want to
due
share an
diligence.
opinion with a Crassus.
Oh, let's go about
Well,
how
I'm
the
saying it
Democrats were
like in a
ready to bring
mocking
all this
manner. Okay,
forward.
come on.
Like
The
Joe
Hey,
reason
Biden's
why
Diligent,
I'm
administration was
I
ready
speaking
to
posted a
on
This
it
bring
is
guy's
this
picture.
full of
forward.
because
shit.
Diligent, I posted a picture in the comments of someone holding the binder with it open. Do you know who that is? Anybody?
Is that Mitt Romney and his binder full of women? Is it that one?
Oh, that's where it went.
It almost looks like Ryan Gordusky, but I don't think that's who it is.
Wait, where is the picture, Gaze?
It's in the comments in the purple pill.
Why don't you? Aren't you friends with Pressler? Maybe get him in here and
he's
maybe
at the
break
White
bread.
House. You think he's gonna come into this? Let me see. I'll text
He
him.
could send him. Yeah,
I'll
I
text
don't
him
know.
right now. I'll come do it right
Tag
now.
tag President Trump. See if he'll come in.
He's fucking talking to the British
No, that's recorded.
Lord of the Cucks. I'm sure they're having lunch.
I'm sure Mario's going to have Jeffrey Epstein in his space soon. So,
I mean, why do you
we
guys
can't
keep
we can't
talking
compete
about
with
a
that.
Mario space in my space? Like, how much
Because
are you
it
being
gets a
paid,
rise
bro?
out of you.
I swear to God, I'm just
That's
gonna
why,
start blocking
Diligent.
you.
If you're saying there's
Prodigal
money,
already did his paid hit.
Like, what is going on here, dude?
Prodigal did his paid hit
Diligent, I
already
give you
earlier.
$5 of my hard-earned money every month. I can count on you for a little bit.
Wait, Prodigal just DM'd and said that he'll be back with some headlines soon.
He's probably been in Mario.
Yeah, he is. I'm sure he is.
I got invited to Mario's space, and I'm not going. I'm staying here.
Oh my
Oh,
God, Diligent's gonna block you guys.
that's Colin. Is it Colin Rogg? That's who that is.
I mean,
Yeah.
Listen, I have Barbie and I have Data Republican, who probably has the most comprehensive like networking list of the people involved, both coming to my space. And Nick Sorter said he'd also come once we have some actual information out, right? But
Oh no, not Nick
Wait,
Sorter.
wait.
Hey,
People are
ask
saying
well, I
that's
ask
like Nick. What are
Barbie
you
ALX.
why
talking about?
ask
I'm saying
Barbie
it's a
why
good
she's
thing.
co-hosting Zionist Spaces with Stealth Medical. Ask her that.
Oh my God, Doc. Cardinal Sid. Come on.
Yeah, bro,
Look, it's a question.
I've had blatant Nazis up on my stage for the last 2 days. But if I co-host one like pro-Israel person, it's
No,
the end of the
I'm not.
world.
I'm not saying
Get
you.
used to it,
I'm
bro.
saying
See,
ask
Okay,
every
her.
space
Is that
I
why I
play
never
both
get
Ask her
co-hosted?
why
sides,
she's
right?
Diligent.
supporting Stealth
I
Medical.
Focus the
entertain
ball
both
to space,
sides, right?
guys.
And you're just gonna have to tuck it in
I
Who is the
and
wasn't
deal with
Nazi
it.
you
criticizing
had
you.
on your
I
space?
wasn't criticizing you, Diligent. I'm saying since you have a relationship with her, ask her why she's co-hosting
She's married,
Spaces with
bro. I don't
Stealth.
have a relationship with her. I wish you would stop
Okay,
making
it's
false
semantics. Let's go.
assertions.
Come on, ask her the question.
Is this why I never get co-hosted? Diligent. I'm too pro-Israel. Is that it?
Dude, who
Why don't you
gives a
want to talk
flying
about
shit?
Israel,
Jesus.
Diligent?
Oh my
It's
gosh.
always the fault of Israel.
Yeah. Like you can't
They're
even. Do
not
you see what I'm
involved at
saying?
all. Just
These
so
Like
you
guys
if
know,
have
you
nothing
mention
better
the
to do,
word,
but
right? If
Israel is
you
not
mention the
involved.
word one time, here,
these guys have
let me
nothing to
just
do
help
better to
everybody.
do during
All
their
right. If you
thing to
mention the word
bitch at each
Israel
other.
one time, it's a cascading of effect, and it just turns into an echo for the entire space. We're not gonna do that. I'm not gonna entertain it today. If there is information, actual evidence that pertains to them, then we can talk about it. But I'm not gonna listen to all of the hype all day long. I've done it for 3 days in a row now. Not doing it.
Good for you.
Continue. Probably mute glitch.
Yeah, you got him Epstein tied to Mossad, and
Oh
that's
my God,
Oh,
bro!
he just
What
did
did
it.
you hear? He
no. I'm
just
just saying that's as
Went
far
there.
he
as you
just
go
can't
with it.
help himself.
This was just
No,
reported.
I'm just saying that's as far as
Yeah,
you
I
can go
know,
with
bro.
it.
I just
Dude, why
acknowledged
the
it, but
hell
you
are you
just, I'm like,
bringing it up?
literally, we're not gonna do
You
it
just
today.
want
And
to
he's
hear
like, but
yourself
Mossad,
talk.
but Mossad, but Mossad.
Diligent.
Let's
Here
have a
was
space
something
on
that
what we
was
can't talk about.
here was just something where we
We
just
can talk about it. We've talked
my
about it a
gosh.
Go
lot. I'm
open
just
your
not gonna
damn own
continue
space about
to carry
Israel. You want
on.
to talk about Israel?
Hey,
Go
y'all are
open
Okay,
your own
guys.
funny. I feel like
space.
mashed potatoes are about.
Okay, so here's where we're gonna be. Right, we are waiting the newest drops of the Epstein files. There's going to be new chat logs, supposedly new durations, new names. Also, it's saying Anna Paulina Luna is suggesting that a phone list has been leaked to the New York Post. However, she is kind of claiming that that is just old information that's being regurgitated and that it really doesn't carry much weight. So, if you want to discuss where we are with the facts, we can continue to have the discussion. But if you want to keep bringing up stuff that we've like has run its course over the last 3 days, I'll rotate you and bring up somebody who wants to talk about relevant information to where we're at.
So, Diligent, this is interesting. So, Julie Grace Brufke, who is a reporter for the Daily Beast, but somebody that specifically was mentioned by George Santos as a very fair reporter on congressional matters. So that's why I have her on notification. And she just posted something about Anna Paulina Luna. She tweeted, Scoop, Rep. Anna Paulina Luna's DC office has seen a mass exodus of staff since January, with several former aides citing a toxic work environment for the level of turnover. I'm not saying that's my opinion. I'm just saying this is a report, and it'd be interesting to see if that can be corroborated. But I think what I'm getting at is I don't think it's necessarily irrelevant how she runs her office or how she runs the subcommittee. That maybe if she is burned or feeling burned, potentially the White House maybe decided to kind of bypass her. I'm not suggesting that's what happened for sure, but like you just never know. There's these politics are very complicated sometimes, so that could be in the mix. I think it's interesting that Brufke just freaking posted that right now.
I
Well,
don't know if
I'm
Diligent.
tired
I
of
don't
the
know if Diligent
politics, bro.
remembers this. I don't know if Diligent remembers this, but there was a space about Anna Paulina Luna that had some of the most crazy conspiracy theories about her that I ever heard. Like she's a
Yeah, they were
witch.
brought up during MySpace 2 days ago.
Well, I wonder. I've never heard of Rogan O'Hanley. I don't think. I wonder who that is. But he's someone that was given it.
Well, and you have to look at this from two perspectives. Like, remember, the staff on the Hill is very like it's a big club that it's very hard to get into, and they kind of
He's an
like circle
Instagrammer.
around the
Oh,
Capitol.
DC
So
Drano.
like,
Okay.
you can't automatically
I
say like
don't
it might
think
be
he.
her. What if
I don't.
they didn't want the stuff released and she was going to release it, so they walked out, right? Like, automatically putting the blame on Anna Paulina Luna in this situation might not be the best way to
I
go
consider
about
him
it,
more
because like
Twitter than I
he is
do
very
Instagram.
like staunch pro Trump. So like just because the staff on the Hill is leaving doesn't always mean that it's like what you might think it is.
You're exactly right.
And staffers, for especially for congressional members, they rotate
What is?
constantly. Anybody who knows knows House staff and knows how that operates, they are constantly in flux. They share staffers amongst themselves. It's like the same group of staffers who rotate
Oh,
between all of the hundreds of members of
that's something else.
Congress.
Oh,
It's not a
the
big
biggest.
deal.
Yo, that's the biggest club in the world, bro. Like,
Yeah, I'm not saying that Paulina Luna did anything wrong. I'm just saying this was just what was reported. I mean, like I think you're right. I think she's very pro Trump. But it is interesting. Like, that's potentially an explanation, but it doesn't really
Well,
matter.
Jess, I'm not saying like you're wrong. Like, even if you did assume that, I'm just saying we should present both sides just in case,
Yeah.
right?
Okay,
Well,
so
I
people
think she
are
was
saying
strong
that
support.
Poso is talking about it right now, so we'll see what he says. Continue.
Yeah, Posobiec tweeted out that he's like taking time to go through it and stuff, and that was also reposted by the Florida voice guy. I can't remember his name, but Eric something
Honestly,
or other.
what they should have done is taken it and scanned it and put it on the internet for everybody. Sorry.
Yes,
That's what they should have done. But
exactly.
That's what I thought was going to happen too, to be honest. So it is a
Yeah, I
little
thought it
I
was
mean,
disappointing.
come
gonna
on,
be.
guys. Let's be honest. People with shows, people with all that get exclusive access. They're gonna.
Who just told me that Poso's got it on? Like, who are these people, bro?
Anybody that's got a show like that and an exclusive is gonna run it on their show. I mean, look.
Oh, it just happens to be a Forgotten Jews commercial when I
Just saying
switched
the
to it.
ad
Like,
is
you couldn't
really
make this shit
appropriate,
up.
Diligent.
Wait. You said it, not us.
Oh my god.
I mean, Jack's got
Sabotage.
right now.
Wow,
Jack,
Sabotage.
Diligent. That's fucking
guys,
hilarious.
right now, Jack
That's
has
how
a
good they
quarter
are.
of a
That's
million
how
people
good the
watching live. Of course, they're gonna keep their exclusive for their show. I mean, I'm sure they'll put it all up right afterwards, but no
But
one's
this
gonna
is
release that.
horse shit. Okay, can we just call it the way it is? I don't give a shit if they're on our team. That
It's
is the
about
problem.
expediting the information for the public, bro. I don't care about these like the influencer part of it. Let them make their money. This is what we all do, right? But this is too big to hold up because you want to prop up a few individuals. If you ask me, I mean, this is
Well, at
my
least they
opinion.
didn't give it to ABC, CBS, and CNN.
No, but
Yeah,
it's
that
the
doesn't really,
point. It's
I
the
agree,
point.
but it doesn't really matter to that, like that much.
I don't care who's
I
got it
mean,
and
they
how
also
who
gave it
released it
to.
first. I mean,
I would rather everybody have it at once. You know what I mean? Like,
Please
get it out.
give them a 30-minute runway. Give them an hour runway.
It's been
Then
an
put the
hour. It's been
documents
30
out.
minutes. You know what I mean? It's been 30 minutes.
Well, they
That's
may
what
be
I'm
talking
saying.
about it.
You
Doesn't
should
mean they're
have the
releasing the
documents.
information
I
yet.
don't need these people with shows to go through the documents. All of us are very capable to sit here and talk about it.
Yeah, I think at this point it's starting to become a black eye. Unfortunately, Diligent.
I'll
I hate to say that.
I'll fire off real
Do
quick,
we
you
know
guys,
what
and
all of
then
the
I'm gonna go back down.
influencers have
Go
in
ahead, Alpha.
common?
Yeah, I was
mean,
just
are
gonna
they
say.
all
Oh, boy.
are they all Republican?
If you
all...
say any, you can say any. Like, go ahead, Alpha. Go
I
ahead.
was just asking, are they all
Wait, what?
right wingers? I mean, jeez.
What, Mace? I didn't hear you.
Oh, the influencers. Are they all like? Do we know what they have in common? I mean, I'm curious to know.
Yeah,
if
they're
kind
alt right.
Yeah, they're all Trump supporters, bro.
Yeah, Old Royal
That's why
Swig
I'm
just
saying
got
I
one.
don't
I
care if
invited him
they're
to
on
the
our
space.
team.
Yeah,
this
they
isn't
gave it
how
to a
this
guy who
should
runs a
go.
college
Sorry.
football page. I mean, you know, so
Old Royal Swig got one. I just invited him to space. Let's see if he'll come in.
Who's that?
So the point I was going to make, and you guys are speaking on it. My issue here is when you have a selective group of people that's going to get the information. It reminds me of the Twitter files. It's, you know what? I don't need someone to tell me what's a priority and what's not. You dump the information. You let the thousands of individual journalists and space hosts and all this stuff go through it, and guess what?
Agree.
You get out the information faster. The second point that I wanted to make, and I get it. I get when people are like, well, I don't want to
Elle's
talk
right.
conspiracies, but
In
I also
hindsight,
want
this
to
might be
remind
old, but I
everybody
was told it
2
wasn't.
years ago,
Sorry.
3
We'll
years ago,
continue to
5 years ago, 6 years ago,
files.
this whole idea of
Innocent
Epstein's was
influence will
considered a
allow that supposed
conspiracy
to
theory.
stupid.
And now look at where
Being
we're
just
at.
their victims
We
of
got to
the
stop
process.
writing off
Right.
things that have been told to us that are conspiracy theories. I think that puts us behind the curve, not by months, but by years. And I think we need to like evolve from that.
Fair
Okay,
enough.
because
But what
people
Diligent
keep
is saying is that
tagging me.
guardrails.
Like, I'm just set the record straight. The FBI vault that has the Epstein files on it is old. Okay, all of the people tagging me. That is old information that we have had for years. Okay, so please stop tagging me. Please stop commenting it. But please, thank you.
And if anybody wants
I mean,
to prove that,
to their defense, there's no published date on the website, so it's not completely their fault. The FBI should have dated the release, but if you look at it, there's no date, so it's not their fault entirely.
Oh, wait, to make us get a clear picture of what's going on, Diligent? You think the FBI is going to sit there and like date all the files? No way.
What a shock. It does say it does say 2020 on the final report. So guys, if you want to prove to yourself that the FBI vault is old files, because I know you may not believe Diligent, you may think Diligent's a deep state actor, as we all do.
Jesus criminy, bro. How many of you are working for foreign actors?
So I know. So what you can do is go to archive.org, which is the Wayback Machine, which shows you old versions of websites. By the way, it's great for research for other things. But you can go actually take that FBI Vault Epstein page, copy and paste it in there, and you can see that that's been up there for a long time. So that is preceded today by a lot, by years actually. And those are the old files that were released from FOIA related to the original investigation of Jeffrey Epstein in 2020.
2015.
Well, and you
they're
have to
released in
think
2020.
they just told you that the FBI field office in New York is rogue, right? So we don't know if like they're obviously putting that out because there's new shit coming out and they're trying to like flood the zone, as Bannon would say.
It's possible that a lot of people aren't retweeting that because they do want to flood the zone. I mean, if you were on the list, wouldn't you want to put the old information out there? So yeah.
Yep.
So Swig
That's what
replied
they
back.
do.
Swig replied back to me just now. He said at lunch. I said, "Okay, come in after." I said, "Come on, get in here. We got 1,600 people, so we'll see."
Wouldn't
it's all
it
old stuff.
lend credence
all old stuff.
to the embargo theory that nobody that got it has even said a single thing like, "Oh, hey, Mickey Mouse's name is on the list." So, you know what I mean?
Because
Nobody
they knew
has
they were
released
going to flood
anything
the
yet.
zone, right? So act like all of this is out, let people have it, embargo the story, let them flood the zone, and then you hit them with headlines later.
But according to that letter, Pam Bondi isn't happy, and she asked for everything on her desk by 8 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Which shows that people are rogue.
Yeah, and I think that is interesting
Which we
that
knew.
they put the letter so that Pam Bondi put the letter in there. Apparently, I guess the first item, and then as far as I know, that that lady Emily Austin is the only one that's put that out there. But I think it is in part. I think part of the reason maybe they chose these influencers, I don't really care who they chose or why they did it. I agree it should all be out now. But I think part of the reason maybe they did that was to really try to send the message to the FBI, hey, we really need this now, and I know that Cash is going to do the right thing. But obviously, they're playing a little bit of a back and forth here on how quickly can we get the
Hey,
information
hold
out.
on, hold on.
Humanist Daily. Does it show that this president isn't going to presidency about hiding information and actually being transparent about the trafficking networks and victims?
Yeah, I think the way they did it was amazing. As you know,
That's
I was
X's live feed that's glitching, not me.
Like yourself, people that have a different media outlet, people that have a different perspective, and really do see the truth. Getting the first phase.
Open the binder, Jack.
Well,
It's
hold
breaking.
on. So listen, if they flood the
like
zone,
like X's live can't even handle what's going on right now. I think.
So
The platform is probably
flood
just like crazy
and they
traffic.
gave the information to certain people, right? When the real headlines come out, we will believe them more
making
because
sure
they're
that
coming from
victims get
respected
what
people.
they need and deserve. And I think that we have seen an administration in the prior administration that just wasn't about that. They were more about political favors and things of that nature. President Trump is just not that.
No, he's not. And to be clear, the victims' names are not. They are redacted in this, and of course, that's understandable. But is it true, though, there's been some talk about this, maybe you can shed some light, obviously not all the details, but there are ongoing investigations. Is that something we're hearing about?
I think Pam spoke to that and said so, then that's the case. Look, I know one thing about this administration. We have Pam Bondi, we have Kash Patel, we have many others that are committed to bringing justice appropriately, the right way with rule of law, not targeting people, but more so holding people accountable. We are not going to have hearing investigations with no accountability anymore. But we have to look at every single.
Wow, man, live is breaking. That's crazy.
I just can't. Unless it's embargoed, or even if it is, why are they just all sitting there like, well, we got the binder? Like, this is really a bad look, diligent. I mean, they're really
It
screwing
is.
this thing up.
And to kind of piggyback on that, if you listen to what Pam Bondi said last night about everything that she had read, it is like between
okay, so here's the
victims. It's absolutely
let's
disgusting.
let's mute this for a little bit here. Here's the letter that we're hearing about from Wall Street. Mav has it here. Dear Director Patel, before you came into my office, I requested the full, complete files released related to Jeffrey Epstein. In response to this request, I received approximately 200 pages of documents, which consisted primarily of flight logs, Epstein's list of contacts, and a list of victims' names and phone numbers. I really questioned whether this was the full set of documents as responsive to my request, and was freely assured by the FBI that we received the full set of documents. As to cite, late yesterday, I learned from a source that the FBI field office in New York was in possession of thousands of pages of documents related to the investigation and indictment of Epstein. Despite my request, the FBI never disclosed the existence of these files. When you and I spoke yesterday, you were just as surprised as I was to learn this new information. By 8 a.m. tomorrow, February 28th, the FBI will deliver the full and complete Epstein files to my office, including all records, documents, audio and video recordings, and materials related to Epstein and his clients, regardless of how much information was obtained. Regardless of how such information was obtained, there will be no withholding or limitations to my or your access. The Department of Justice will ensure that any public disclosure of these files will be done in a manner to protect the privacy of victims in accordance with law, as I have done my entire career as a prosecutor. I'm also directing you to conduct an immediate investigation into why my order to the FBI was not followed. You will deliver to me a comprehensive report of your findings and proposed personnel action within 14 days. I appreciate your immediate attention to this matter. I know that we are both committed to transparency for the American people. I look forward to continuing to work with you to serve our president and our country.
Another phone or your website. I mean,
very,
like
very
your laptop.
But I mean, don't if you got somewhere to be, don't stay. Hang out.
No.
On my account.
I want to be. No, listen. I want to be here.
This shit is so frustrating. The amount of people that are pissed off about how this is rolling out is insane to me. Like my comments are lit, bro. People are frustrated about how this is being handed out.
Yeah,
It's a
it's
PR
bullshit.
disaster.
Absolute bullshit. Right, if we're going to do away with gatekeepers on all sides, like then then we need to do away with gatekeepers on all sides. It's not okay when there are gatekeepers, right?
Yep.
We can't accept that.
My suspicion is that if President Trump starts to get a whiff of how much of a media disaster this is, he's going to blow up and tell these people to just, release all the stuff. He's kind of done that before. I actually
Yeah,
think that's really possible.
if I was Jack Posobiec on a live stream with 250,000 people, I would be opening the binder and start reading verbatim whatever's on the fucking
Page by page.
Yeah.
That's what I
Wait,
said too.
And
wait.
they're
You
not
mean
doing that. And
you
they're
mean
not
you wouldn't
doing
have a
that.
conversation about it for 2 hours or
Fuck
3 hours
no.
and
You
discuss
give it to a
at
space
the end? You
host to
wouldn't do that?
disseminate.
Come on,
Like honestly,
come on.
you
You
bring
wouldn't
it
do
to
it.
the printer room and you scan it and you put it out there for everybody, even if it's
You
if you
put it
want the
on the
clicks, put it
website,
on your
open
website
source
then.
it for everybody, and let them all go through it at the same time, and let merit and platform push it out, not selectively.
But then it's harder to sell Posobiec brand male health vitamins.
Yeah, but
And
what they're
that's the
trying to
problem.
do, I think that even the way that they're doing it is like, I bet you it came with instructions because they know they're going to be, it's going to frustrate people
Okay,
the way
so
they're going to
my
do it.
my
Why do
press
you keep
source
cutting me
my
off every
press
time I talk?
source says list of contacts with no content so far. Um, one of them is downloading the file as we wait, and Pam Bondi is going to make a press statement here soon. So as soon as that happens, I'll let you guys know. But so far, what Anna Polina Luna put out about the contact book, the phone book, it seems like it's accurate. That's what's
But
been
that doesn't
released.
mean that it's not new information, though. Just because I think what Luna is saying is that it's just the same type of info as before with the client list. That doesn't mean it's not more expanded or more names. I think it's going to be probably very different. By the way, the first thing I think we should do, Diligent, is take the old list and the new list, put them into Grok 3, and say what are the new names on this new file. That would be what I would do.
Absolutely,
Well,
absolutely.
wait. So, wasn't this supposed to come out like in a perfect world? Wasn't this supposed to come out of Anna Paulina Luna's committee?
No, no.
Because if you look at the binder, it says on the very front, it says, by order of Pam Bondi, Attorney General, and Kash Patel, FBI Director. It has their two names on it.
And the reason for that, Jennifer, is because it was an executive order of the president. The House Oversight Committee, when they did the report, for example, on the COVID thing, that was an investigation they actually launched. So in this case, because the president did the executive order, the only proper response to that can come from Pam Bondi. I think that's the reason why.
Yeah, Anna Paulina Luna was asking for, let's face it, clicks.
Yeah, but when she gave her press statement a couple weeks ago, she included the Epstein files in what her committee was going to be looking at.
Oh, I'm sure she did.
Right?
Yeah,
She
So
was charged with
is
doing
she
that.
butthurt right now?
She was
Is that
tasked
what's
with doing
happening?
it, right? She was appointed as the chair of that oversight committee. She didn't like
Laura Loomer
pull
is
that out of
butt hurt. Hey, so as the journalist who spent my own time and money exposing Judge Merchant and Judge Ingron, things the big shot juniors who work for Trump are paid to do, but still manage to miss because, some of them aren't so bright. When can I expect the big shot brilliant social media influencers to research and release their exclusive binders full of the first batch of Epstein files? I guess we were waiting here all week because something tells me some of the people who were invited don't have the brain power to do original research. Thank God I worked so hard during the election season and ran covers for so many people's intellectual deficiencies. She's They're talking about it too here.
And look, she
Well,
Yeah,
would
hold
but
on,
love to
listen,
Tom.
have
I
had
don't
that.
Tom, stop.
what Tom, stop.
Jen
It's
is
not
right.
about the clicks. We're trying to get to the bottom of
Jen is
this, right?
correct. So Jen is correct. Jen is correct. I think exactly. Jen, you're exactly right. I think what happened is the House figured that they were going to do this, and then that they were going to cooperate with the DOJ more. And then what happened is that for whatever reason, whether it was because they needed to expedite it or they felt like they didn't
Oh,
have the ability to
goodness.
grant the access to the House members, there's a lot of potential reasons why they didn't want to run it through the House. My guess is it's a speed thing because if you go to the House, then you start to get the Democrats involved and all these rules and all this BS. I suspect that Pam Bondi just did an in run, frankly, and just said, no, we're just going to do this. And I also think that's exactly the same reason why they put the letter in the front of the binder, because she's making clear to the public that the FBI has not cooperated. She's not blaming Kash Patel, but she's making very clear that they have put the letter of the law down, and in the letter it says you have 14 days to do this thing, but I expect all of the documents by 8 a.m. tomorrow, period. And then she also reveals the Southern District of New York, which you mentioned earlier correctly, is holding all these freaking docs related to the Epstein death and all other kind of things. Obviously, that's what they're talking about, because SDNY would not be holding the federal investigation related to interstate trafficking or international stuff. They would be dealing with the death of Epstein. So what she's actually referring to there, if you read between the lines, is the death of Epstein itself. That's what
Well, and a
SDNY
search
has
of his
probably always.
home. The search of his home, his
Yes,
townhouse that Wexler gave
but
him.
that's a
They were the ones who
but
went in
that's
there.
also a federal thing too.
Well,
I think the federal would
New
include that.
York went in there, and the SDNY and the FBI took the files from them. The officers have commented, but a lot of them have died since then. But in any case, yeah, this is has to include evidence that was acquired at the.
Pam Bondi just put out a letter saying that the FBI is withholding potentially thousands of documents from the DOJ.
Well, they work
That's what
for
I
the
actually.
DOJ.
That's what I read.
Jesus.
That's what I
Yeah,
read
that was
earlier,
the
Diligent.
letters to Cash.
Yeah, that was the first
The
thing in
FBI
the
works
files.
hand in hand with the SDNY, right? So, and if you read what Anna Paulina Luna said, right, she was
Is
attacking the
that
New
was that the
York
first
Post
page of
story.
the binder, right? Is
Yes,
that what
that
I'm?
was
Yes.
that was
That's
what I read
the
earlier. Yeah.
assumption. That's the
It's
assumption.
so
Yeah.
hard to run a space and
Wait.
keep up with breaking news.
So,
Dude.
so Anna Paulina Luna, if I'm correct, right, was attacking the New York Post logs that they supposedly got leaked. She
Correct, she
didn't attack
was.
the binder that was handed by the president.
Because Matt Gaetz replied to Anna Paulina's post with the New York Post article.
Right. So there's two separate things happening here, right? You have the binder, which went out at the White House, but then the New York Post was putting out a story of logs that they supposedly got leaked. And that's what Anna Paulina Luna is attacking.
I just want to add real quick that we know Pam Bondi and Cash Patel have an extraordinary relationship and friendship. So when she's putting out that letter addressing the FBI, I 100% think that she's doing that with the cooperation of Cash to help expose the people that are still within the FBI that he's trying to clean house with. I don't think that she's trying to make Cash look bad. I actually think that they're collaborating to remove the people that are jeopardizing these investigations.
Yeah, she's
Well, you better
saying
hope so.
she's saying that Cash has the authority, and I think it's interesting, by the way, that I mean we really should be shocked, to be honest, that with all these people in positions of power that they are, that even now the FBI, the old holdovers of the deep state, are still trying to cover this up. I'm going to be honest with you. That makes me think that it's probably a lot worse than than what we thought maybe yesterday, right? Because like the fact that these deep state actors are still resisting these orders, even though they have all these people trying to make this happen, that makes me think there's something really, really, really bad in there, or at
Which
least
is
a
why
That's
secret.
it's
what
so,
I'm saying, right?
and
You have the SDNY and the FBI acting completely rogue of the DC
That's right.
office.
And that's what
Well,
makes it
what
so
could be
important
the
that Pam
what?
Bondi puts out these letters because that's going to give Cash the ammo to make he's going to make extraordinary moves that are unprecedented. And he needs stuff to back that up so Congress and the people don't come after him. When Pam Bondi puts out a letter like this, she's literally giving him the top cover that he needs to make the moves that we
Well,
want.
let's see what
So
Raid the
this guy here
FBI
has
let's
to
field
talk
say.
office.
hypothetically here.
Raid the SDNY.
What would be the worst thing that
So
could be on
Cernovich
there?
is
Would
running
be
cover for the
presidents?
Cernovich is running cover for Pam Bondi as well. Both Tim Pool and Cernovich quote posted it. Yes, I can confirm this. We know that he got a binder. Confirm this. AG Pam Bondi released what she had in her possession for the sake of transparency. Unfortunately, some bad actors within SDNY and the FBI New York City field office withheld documents. AG Bondi is working on this tirelessly. So maybe this
But
is
see, that
to
doesn't
spur
line up.
public outrage.
That doesn't line up with what she
Okay.
said on Fox last
I
night.
wanna leave this for a minute here. Because I wanna trying to look at something specific here. No, I'm trying to get that. Go back to Explorer. They're trending. Phase 1. Let's see what.
All right, let's talk about the Epstein Files Phase 1. Now, I want to be clear about something. The people at the White House today that got this binder, many of them are my friends. I like them. I respect them. I think they're great Americans, and good for them getting this binder, and I guess they're going to break news on this later tonight. I don't know. It's still kind of unclear. So I really respect and like the individuals that got invited to the White House today for this. However, this is quite literally the definition of a limited hangout. This is not releasing the Epstein files. Phase 1. Why are we breaking this into phases? Why do we have time and energy and resources to dedicate to breaking the Epstein files into phases? Now, I'm all about results. So if there's a strategy to this and it generates results, then good. I'll celebrate that. And I'll say, great work, great results. But I can't help but think that what we're witnessing today is not what we voted for. This is quite literally a limited hangout. And now you've got these people coming out of the White House with these binders, hanging them up like they're trophies, holding them up and doing photo shoots like they just got a Olympic medal or a trophy. Again, I like these people. I respect these people. I talk to these people. I interview these people. This has nothing to do with them as individuals. They're great. Good for them. They're going to break this story, I hope. That's great. This is not releasing the files. Period. The American people want to see the files. And now I've got Pam Bondi going on Fox News last night. And I've got Elena Haba going on the news this morning saying, we're going to get the files. It's a matter of time. We're going to get the files. Folks, it has been years since Epstein died. It has been years. And they're saying, we need to protect the victims. We need to redact this, redact that. It's been years. It's been years. I'm all about results. I hope we get results. The fact that this is being talked about is good. The fact, I guess, they're going to give us something is good. But folks, this is not releasing the files. This is not releasing the Epstein files. This is not transparency. This is quite literally the definition of a limited hangout. And even though my friends are coming out of the White House today holding up the binder like they just got a trophy, a participation trophy or something from the White House, sorry, this does nothing for me. This is the definition of the limited hangout. And if anything, this is going to raise more questions and skepticism as to why we're not getting the full release. I want to be confident about this. I'm very happy about what's going on with this administration. I'm getting what I voted for. But this is ridiculous. Release the entire thing. You've had years to redact it. There have already been redactions. Whatever we're going to get is going to be filled with redactions and editing and everything else. So what is going on? I'm sorry. What is going on? It doesn't make any sense to me. Phase 1? Phase 1? How about phase 1, release and declassify everything? And I wonder, preach it, preach it. If it's not for Anna Paulina Luna, Lauren Boebert, Marsha Black.
I mean, I'm not usually, some of these influencers, I'm not, and this including, to me, he's kind of a social media influencer. Some of them I'm not big fans of, but he is absolutely 100% right here.
Blackburn, Tim Burchett, and some others in Congress asking Pam Bondi, where are the files? Where are the files? Where are the files? From the American people. Calling them, messaging them, posting on X. Where are the files? Where are the files? Do we even get any of this today if it wasn't for that? I don't know. I'm not in on the inner circle, so I don't know. You'd have to ask the people that were at the White House or ask Pam Bondi this or something. But how is it we're doing this in phases and we're dedicating time and resources to phases? That's not a release. Period. This is quite literally the definition of a limited hangout. And even though my friends are coming out of there holding up binders like they just got a trophy from the White House. Release the damn files.
Mm-hmm.
Who were Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Who were Ghislaine Maxwell's clients? Were our politicians blackmailed? Were intelligence agencies blackmailing our politicians for years? Why aren't you, where is the press conference? What do you mean you release a binder? Where's the press conference? Where's the bullet points? Where's the slideshows? Where's the giant presentation? This is not a release of the files. It's not. This is the definition of a limited hangout, and it actually makes me more skeptical about what's really going on with the files and who Jeffrey Epstein was.
Here we fucking go.
What the hell is really going on here? So I don't know about you. That's my reaction to seeing all this. I'm all about results. If this has positive results, and if we eventually get it, and they have a strategy for these phases, then fine. Great. I'll celebrate it just like everybody else. But today was the definition of a limited hangout.
Got him!
And to me, it only raises more questions about what's actually going on behind the scenes. How do you feel?
Wow. I say, you go, my dude. You go. You tell him. Because, yeah.
About what's really going on with the files and who Jeffrey Epstein
Here we fucking go.
What the hell is really going on here?
He's exactly right. He's exactly right. Okay. He's exactly right. He's exactly right. Oh. I've got to fix this so that I don't have a. There we go. Okay. Now we don't have that. No. Anymore. Okay. Well. Let's go back to that, let's go back to Diligent Citizen, I guess.
And the heads of those other countries could be like, this is completely untrue. This is a target at changing the leadership of this country or creating issues. So if you have leaders or powerful people from other countries, it could be something.
But that's
too.
not the
Other
worst.
than
That's not the worst. But okay, but you asked me what's the
Yeah,
worst case scenario?
yeah,
The
the
worst
worst.
case scenario is a living American president who's not Bill Clinton, because we all know Bill Clinton has his way.
Yeah,
But I
and
think if
other
it was
than
somebody else,
I don't think that's the worst. No, Jess, the worst would be a bunch of Democrat senators and congressmen that lose their seats immediately. That would actually be
well,
the worst.
the actual worst in that. So you're not entirely wrong. I mean, obviously, other than President Trump, I think the worst case, second to that, would probably be Republican members of Congress that would compromise our majority. Okay, so maybe that would be like immediate term biggest problem, and then third place would be like nominees that the president has already gotten in office, right? Executive level appointees. I don't think, or okay, one more. Supreme Court members. A member of the Supreme Court, that would be problematic. Obviously, if it's a Republican appointee, then we can replace that person, but it would really compromise the integrity of the whole process, and folks would be like, "Oh my gosh!" And
yeah,
I. So those are all
I'm pretty
things that I think should be on
confident
the
that
table.
Ketanji Brown Jackson, Sotomayor, and Kagan were probably not on the plane.
Yeah, probably not, right? But like, and it's
Me
hard
too.
to imagine. It's hard to imagine, frankly, that any of the other Supreme Court justices would be like.
I don't quite understand why wanting to view it that way makes the sound go off. I miss the way that they used to do this. The way they're doing this now is messed up. I miss being able to see who was actually on the thing. Because if you can see who's actually on the thing, it's more interesting that way. See, now I gotta get back to it. It's annoying. See, I want to see this right here. When it does it that way, it
Full
tells you who is
and,
speaking.
and all of a sudden this pops
doesn't
up,
tell me who's speaking.
right? 48 hours. Oh, we're going to release this, and that.
Like, come on. And then what the fuck is up with this when you click on that? Urgh! There used to be a fucking way to do this. Not happy. Musk. Damn it.
In the largest country in the world that claims to be a democratic republic, and
Are you freaking serious right now? Oh my god. Stop with the bullshit. Ugh.
on day one. But he put in the executive order, he said, look, the JFK files, 45 days for that, and MLK and RFK, that's March 9th. The plan is to be on his desk by March 9th. I'm sure that's probably
Scott's
already
phone
done.
is turned off. And I just tried another influencer I know that had them, and their phone was also shut off. I think that's kind of revealing.
Yeah, I think we
Still
need to be
embargoed.
mindful of the numerous
This is some of
factors
the
that they
biggest
have been
news right
fighting
here.
against.
That
That
it's
said,
on the
I
verge of
agree with
collapse
everybody
after
who
who.
says, look, this is a disaster. They could have run this thing a whole lot smarter and a whole lot better. And right now, it is looking not very good for something. My guess is that if President Trump has any inkling about what a disaster this could be, and if it really isn't intentional, I think he's going to do something about it. I think he is just totally on fire right now with everything else, and I don't think he's going to let it stand.
So Trump Jr. just posted this. Says this: what you're getting today is just the first of many. Do it right. Don't give the criminals a legal loophole out by doing it wrong. So he's saying that the reason why it's limited in scope is because they're running cover for any potential indictments or implications.
Well, that's been stated by a lot of folks, right? That even when you have a lot of information out there in the public eye and everything
Yeah,
else.
Bondi should be the one telling us that, though.
Yeah, she should. And she should say, look, we have data that we are going to go and try these people because everybody has due process rights. I mean, we're
And
not
the
going to
public like feud that's going on between Luna and the AG is not a good look. Right?
No, it's
That's
not.
also it adds to the fervor and the confusion and like
Yeah.
the chaotic aspect of this.
And that was why I mentioned earlier the Luna staff turnover thing might be nothing. And Jen had said, "Well, hey, she's a big supporter. I know she is a big supporter of Trump. I like Luna a lot, but it is really like unless Luna is trying to message us in a certain way that basically Pam Bondi's gone rogue or they're not doing what they're supposed to do. I don't think it's smart to be publicly feuding with the Attorney General while she's trying to do
really
this. In
isn't.
fact, I think it really does undermine the
But
president. So
there we
clearly
are.
she is a supporter of Trump. But guys, we saw this
But
4
that's why
5
I
years
said
ago.
she was butthurt, Jess, and that's why I
Oh yeah.
brought up
Oh
the
yeah, yeah, yeah.
fact that this was supposed to run through her committee. They didn't.
Right.
They went above her, and now she's sitting there looking like an idiot
Well,
because
they
she
are
wasn't
above
part of
her.
the process.
I'm
They
sorry,
are
Jen.
above her.
I
That's
missed
the
you saying
deal.
that, but you're right. You did say that. I mean, forgive me for that. It is ultimately. Look, we remember from 6, 7, 8 years ago, guys, when Trump was in office the first time, and he really was surrounded by deep state hacks. Okay, remember what happened is that the media and the deep state, they always wanted to sow discord among people in the administration. And I think we're seeing a version of that today, where you have certain media outlets and influencers in the New York Post and all this BS saying, "Oh, well, we didn't get the file." And then you've got people in Congress like Luna and so forth. They're going to be like, well, wait a minute, we should have done this. And then you have other departments in the executive branch. Well, we should have done this. So I think what Pam Bondi and Cash are doing in a way is they're running a direct action plan here on how to fix this. They have to root out the bureaucrats in the FBI that have held this up. The Southern District of New York that's clearly covering up something about Epstein's death. That's freaking nuts. And she pretty clearly says that in the letter through
Huh.
between the lines. I think that's
Maybe.
obviously there.
Maybe.
And so then it's like, well, why would she message it that way in that letter? Clearly because she is trying to say to the public with Cash Patel, I'm sure that they both knew what was in that letter, guys. She's trying to say with Cash, guys, we have people who are still resisting the president's orders, which means, by the way, what does that really do? It means that
What's
tomorrow,
up?
Monday,
What's up, George?
Tuesday, it means that in the next few days, we're going to see, I think, a lot of firings, a lot of people held to account, and Pam just gave cover for all of that stuff. That's what I would guess. I would say
It's
there's going to
not
be
even
huge
Firings
it,
action.
it's a
where?
legal hold on,
Firings
it's a
where?
legal process that you have to go through, right? When you go to court and you're trying to get somebody on something, you have to show that you followed the proper steps and made public what you needed to make public of what was going on, who was involved, right? There is a whole legal process. So for any of this to hold up in court, which lends to Donald Trump Jr.'s statement just now, don't fuck
Right.
up anything, okay? You have to go through this process. So this gives Cash Patel the impetus, right? Now he can take action against the New York field office because they are withholding thousands of documents. And unless they went through this process of this public letter, then they would not, that anything that they find in the FBI field office would no longer be applicable in court because they didn't follow a proper protocol. That's the word I'm looking for. Protocol.
Can't we just send Doge in? Maybe they finding shit than the FBI and the Attorney General.
Maybe big balls can go in. Look, I think when I say
Yeah.
firing people, I think what they're going to do is they're going to immediately revoke any security clearance for anybody that's even close to any of these files. And I think you're going to see a lot of action tomorrow, over the weekend, Monday, Tuesday, on that front. We may not hear about it, or maybe we'll get somebody reporting on it, or maybe they'll put something out
I
about it.
see you, George. Hold on. I'm running the space sideways. I have my co-host. I'm still waiting on my co-host to get here. I'll bring you right back up, Heather.
Bill, do you want me to co-host
Savvy.
until they get here?
I've got it. No, you have too many people blocked, and you're too
I
angry.
don't have a. Why
I
do
love
you
you
keep
though. I do
saying
love
that?
you.
It's Dustin who has people blocked. Like
No,
it's
I
not
forget.
me.
I forget. I forget. I forget. Yeah, you are not as bad as Dustin. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I actually you are my secret weapon whenever the assholes come out. Go ahead, George.
I'm just trying to scan here on the stage. I guess none of us here have a copy of this, right? Yeah, no, all checked safe and excluded from being given access. Gotcha. No, interesting. I would really like for this to have been delivered publicly, so that we don't have to have an editorialization from whether it's Rogan or Liz Wheeler. And I have nothing against these guys. I like them. The crazy part is these are people I actually like. However, it's I don't want their editorialization of the facts. I just really wanted to read it verbatim. Kind of annoyed, but
Hey, George. George, can I ask you a question about Anna Paulina Luna? Do you think she is doing something wrong by coming out and saying, hey, this is just not what we expected, and kind of bucking the White House? Like, what do you think about that whole
she's
situation?
right. She's not bucking the White House. This is not what was agreed, and I don't understand why everybody's giving Anna so much hate. Anna is saying the right thing. Like this should have gone through her first. The fact that the DOJ decided to overstep her and then delivered it to a hand select. I'm even confused at the cast of characters that got it. I mean, obviously, I understand President Trump has a method to the madness, but
Or he doesn't.
some of the cast of characters, like I genuinely am still trying to parse it out.
Well, George, what do you think of the rogue FBI field office, and what is the process for if you have an FBI field office or a SDNY not cooperating with the demands of the president?
That's actually insubordination, and I think that the acting attorneys right now should be nixed, and I think that the head of the FBI in New York should be looked into. I would love to see the sector of public integrity of the FBI look into the integrity of their officers doing this and destroying evidence. Look, Jen, I am not generous at all with the FBI in New York. I will never be. I have my own personal opinions, obviously.
What happened?
Did
No
they just
sound.
kill George's mic?
Crazy, bro. Crazy.
Dude,
What's going
what
on
the
here?
fuck?
They
That's
just
the
busted
George.
in the. They just busted in the door. George, are you okay? Blink twice, George. George. George.
And
Hey,
by the
Sean.
way,
Sean.
diligent Fox News is still reporting that the DOJ is expected to hold a press conference at any moment.
Yeah, Pam Bondi's going to have one. So as soon as that comes on, I'll run it. But it hasn't come on yet. I'm sure George. It sounded like George was like in a building or something. I'm sure he lost signal. Sean, go ahead.
I was just here to see if you guys have any of them Epstein files. Apparently, it's only a handful of people getting them. But if somebody does get their hands on them, I would love for somebody to hook me up so we can start processing stuff through all the charity databases and start drawing them out. So that's really it. I mean, it's a weird way to do it. I don't really see. I mean, I'm sure there was a good reason for it, but it just feels weird.
You're kind of cutting out too, Sean. Like you're rugging a little bit.
It's interesting that George agrees that Paulina Luna did the right thing, though. I think that's interesting.
Yeah.
Her
Yeah, like
first, which is
Well,
interesting.
he's also a member of Congress.
He's
Let's
not a
not
member
forget
of
that.
Congress.
Well, hold on.
Or
Wait,
former
wait, guys.
member.
Anna
That's what I
Paulina
meant.
did a huge
I
press
don't think he's even a
conference.
former.
She outlined that her committee would be responsible.
By the way, George gave me the perfect meme idea. It's up in the Jumbotron. Continue.
Right, her committee was going to be responsible for the releases of the documents. Right, so for her, she kind of looks ridiculous right now because, like, why wasn't it her who put it out? Right, and like I want to point out, she was attacking the New York Post story, not the binders that went out by the White House.
That's a good meme, Billy.
Well, there was a leak, so maybe they're trying to find additional leaks. Who leaked this to the New York Post? Maybe that's part of the deal. They're trying to figure out. Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, there's a reporter, Olivia Beavers. She used to be with like Politico. I think she's with Washington Post and stuff. But she used to get verbatim, word for word. She would tweet out like when the Republican in Congress would have like a conference, and someone in the room would literally be tweeting or telling her what was being said, and then Mike Johnson in the middle of the meeting would be like, "Who the fuck is telling Olivia Beavers this?" So it's crazy that, I mean, that like that sort of private stuff can get out to reporters. But like I said, I haven't heard any leaks coming out, um, anything big anyway. But obviously, there's something going
Let's
on.
talk about the Epstein files phase.
Okay, sorry. That was Owen Schroyer. It was a few hours ago though. Let me get George. I'm getting you back up here. Just a moment.
So,
Sorry.
Laura Loomer put out, gee, thank God a sports reporter was given first access to the Epstein files at the White House today, and that would be Emily Austin.
Yeah. Yeah, I posted her thing up earlier, right? She was actually the first one that posted the front page of the binder. It would be kind of funny, wouldn't it? Ironic if she wasn't even supposed to post that quite yet, and then she did. I don't know, but it was really bizarre that she would get it before Luna. I agree with that. I mean, I don't think it was the right thing, Jen. I think we understand what
Real
happened.
quick, I'm sorry, guys. I got lost before. My connection dropped for some reason. I don't know what anyone else said, but I just heard Gays for Trump saying the Olivia Beaver situation. Let me, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me make this very clear as far as Olivia Beavers. I A, hate her. B, uh, for Mike Johnson to act like he didn't realize or didn't know who it was coming from, it was coming from the staff, and it wasn't anybody giving him play by play.
Okay, so I just got word that as soon as Bondi speaks at the press conference, all of the files will go live simultaneously for everybody who has them. That's what they're waiting for.
Wow. And do you have a source on that, Diligent, or can you ask exactly where
I
they're going?
cannot give you my source, but I
didn't mean source.
I can tell you they're reliable.
What's the website? I mean, like, where will it be hosted? Is it going to be the vault?
Bro,
Dude, everybody chill. Holy
How about,
shit.
how about this? How about we just say this? I will renew my skepticism as I did for the last 2 days. I remain skeptical that, I mean, the rollout today was very, very disappointing, to say the least. And I stand by my statements from yesterday. Destiny, you're a witness. You heard what I had to say. I said what I said, and I said it when I said it, and I meant it. And something told me like to feel that way. This should have been a rollout for the whole world to see, effective immediately, not a few select having access. I don't know whose idea that was. Look, and I am a firm believer of sitting back, shutting up, and letting President Trump play 4D chess. If this is a case of 4D chess, fuck yeah, let's go. But I'm struggling here right now to understand where the 4D chess is being played at. But again, I remain confident in believing that President Trump will kick ass with this. It's just I don't understand the cast of characters is just very strange. And I'm not.
It's all about
Let me
the
put it this
build
way:
up.
I was not expecting to be given the files in that cast. Just FYI, I do not consider myself an influencer, so therefore I am not
oh my
saying this
god.
because of jealousy or professional envy. No, no, no. That's not my mo.
Yeah, I
Secondly,
don't think any of us are saying
pissed off
that,
the
George.
media.
oh no,
That would have
no,
really
somebody,
pissed
no,
off the
no,
media
no.
if George got it.
I've already seen people say that Laura Loomer's jealous, and that's not fair to say that.
So Emily Austin is
No,
hosting her
come
own
on.
space,
Yeah,
but
it
it's only
is.
got a few hundred people in it. It says she's naming
She's a
names.
freaking sports reporter. Okay? Like, get in your lane, bitch.
Yeah, I'm not gonna like switch over.
Listen to. I'm trying to pay attention to
I
several
can
things at once.
pull it up. Give me a second.
Let's see.
Yeah,
Let's listen to it.
I think as opposed to this rollout, even if they would have released everything in that binder today and it was a nothing burger, at least people would have felt, okay, you gave us something
Whoa,
that you
she is
promised
doing
us.
it. She's looking at it. She actually is.
Sarah, Kellen, Larry, Steve, no last names. Interesting. Who's SK? We should figure that out.
Stephen King.
Perhaps.
That's a good way to get sued, Jack.
Is this
All right, let me see. I got some requests. We'll bring
Boy,
some
that's
people
no
up.
kidding, Diligent. If she's
Please
doing this,
be
she might not be
quiet.
supposed to be doing
Please be quiet.
I don't know what questions there are. We're just figuring this out together. Ed Tuttle. Bill Clinton, y'all. Here we go. Got our first politician. Celebratory
This is a
screech.
ditzy
Bill
blonde
Clinton.
reading a bunch of names who
She's
has
not a
no idea
Please
who
be
they
quiet.
are.
I don't want to have to mute everybody.
Hey, let's keep going. Oh, that just made me so happy.
Wait, does that say Sydney Lock? Wait, no, that's the spelling's different.
Who are they sharing? I missed who.
Wow,
I missed who this person is.
Richard Cook is mentioned a bunch. David Rockaway, John Brockman. Wow, so why this flight was like 1,000 people. How did they even fit on his plane?
Well, they weren't on the plane all at once.
So it is a flight log.
Let's keep going. Joe Pagano, I saw that name a bunch now.
Can you show the video, Diligent?
It's an audio space.
No, it's a video space, dude.
Same as above, same as above, same as above.
I'm on. I mean, what? Like, you want to see her talking?
President
No.
No,
You don't
she's
need to.
showing the log.
Who are you on this plane
Oh
with?
well, I can't do it on my Android.
If anyone can make this name
I'm hosting the
out. Sorry if
space.
it's
Like, I
blurry,
can't.
I'm
No.
trying. Jessica.
Let me see.
Don't know who that is.
No, I can't.
Scott Presler's here, Diligent.
All right, let me see if I can get Scott up. I texted him and asked him to come up. Scott, can you come up?
This name is mentioned a bunch, but I can't make it out. Okay. Anyone feel free to chime in and help me read.
I'm so happy he is explaining to us. I feel so much smarter.
Wow, Bill Clinton, you have some explaining to do.
No shit, Sherlock. Come
Not
on, Diligent. Like, this is stupid.
It's more information than what we have.
Any idea on SK?
Besides Stephen King, I'm not sure.
Nicole Junkerman, that's a new name that's repeated bunch. Okay. Shelley Lewis, frequent flyer, I see. Okay.
I'm trying to figure out what space this is that they're listening to. But I didn't catch the name.
Trying to read here. If anyone sees any interesting names, call it out.
Oh, she sucks ass, dude.
Here.
Thank you.
Wow, this guy's terrible handwriting.
Like, she's shocked over Bill Clinton. We've known about this for, what, 10 years?
Emily, can I ask you a question real quick?
Sure, go for it.
Were you instructed to embargo this for a period of time until Pam Bondi holds a press conference or given a specific time to release it?
Yep.
Are you defying that, or are you just doing your own thing?
No, we're allowed to show the content now. I just wanted to ask for permission before we went out and showed the content of it. So, I got permission.
Thanks.
Oh, thank God.
So she confirmed it was embargoed?
Of course. I felt bad that I posted the cover and I'm like, sucks, can't show you what's inside, but I want to abide by our administration's rules. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you the truth.
Yeah, that was
me
asking her.
Extremely unhappy about the way this was arranged.
You know what? They're mad they weren't invited. Let's be honest.
Oh.
No, we're mad because we already know the names you're reading.
Wow, bro.
Like, honestly, like, this is
the
disgusting.
arrogance.
Why are we giving this bitch air?
Because that makes me intrigued. These names.
Can someone hey Jack, let that e-girl know that we're mad that we didn't get the answers faster. It has nothing to do about being invited.
Ask her why she's shocked over Bill Clinton. Is this the first time she's reading names?
Oh, God. Dave Savage.
I want to go directly to this space and I can't find it. Because apparently it's a video space, but I can't find it.
By some sports players' names. Seems up her alley.
We got some blackouts.
She's saying that there aren't redacted names.
Hey, Emily, just letting you know, I'm in a couple of other spaces and talking to some folks. One of the things that folks are frustrated about is that they didn't get these names faster. They felt like it wasn't necessarily about who got the information, but they were kind of frustrated about not getting the information faster and not having it released to everybody all at once. What do you think about that? I mean, do you feel like maybe it should have been like all online at one time, or?
You know, the truth
I
is,
want
I think what Trump's administration did best was they recognized the power of citizen journalism that I think Elon Musk is trying to bring back
they are
to the
listening
people.
to.
And I think their point of doing this, from what I understood, was just that they want to also give the
I can't find it.
I don't want to call them influencers because a lot of them are very accredited journalists. The power to be able to break news as well. Like, it doesn't necessarily always have to go to CNBC or CBS, but they absolutely will be getting the list, and it's not going to be tomorrow. It's going to be today. There's going to be a press conference. Everyone's going to get a chance. I think they just wanted a few hours before the release to provide, you know, journalists that have been on the Trump campaign and helping in any way that they could. You know, there's been allegations that were paid. I can say for myself, I was not paid a penny by any government or any administration. And I think this was their way of, you know, just showing us that our work is appreciated and them almost throwing us a bone in a way. But trust me, this will be all over the internet probably within an hour. It's almost 3:30. I'm pretty sure something's set to be released at 3:30.
Yeah, are there any other information besides the flight logs? Is there any other information that's like of a different quality or character?
Okay,
So
I
can I
think I
just
found it.
confirm? So you just said you're not allowed to open the whole thing like on camera per se. You have to kind of
Oh
like
no,
be
I
on.
am. I'm saying I couldn't earlier.
Oh, okay, you couldn't earlier. Okay.
Okay, here we found it.
And I appreciate you answering those questions, Emily. Thank you.
Of course, this is citizen journalism. So beyond the names, all right. Here is tab C. This is what's interesting now. So beyond the flight logs, I'll show you guys. It's my first time seeing it. Oh, this is everyone's name written out. So why did I waste my time with the terrible handwriting? All right, let's check this out.
Oh wow.
Okay. Here we go.
Oh, imagine that. Everything's blacked out. Imagine that.
People are gonna get in trouble now. No, I'm joking. By the way, I'm totally joking. I'm gonna fully say, and I want my face to be in it for this. Somebody's name here does not make them guilty. It does not mean that they have any allegations of any sex trafficking, rape, nothing. This is who was on his plane. These are the manifests from what I'm sure, what I'm seeing. But it's interesting to know, and then we can speculate because that's what we do best.
So this is
So
actual
much
names,
is
Emily, and I'm
blacked
guessing the
out.
contact information is probably
Wow.
what's redacted there,
Oh,
right?
Alec Baldwin. Here we go. All right, Alec Baldwin, Hillary. I'm gonna read the significant names. I'm just gonna keep going. You guys can see too. Bill Berkman, Tara Bernard.
Hmm.
Ben Bram, Tony Brand, Hugo Brachetti, Rick Burke. Flavio is with a square. I guess that's interesting to note. Oh, here, a few of them are circled. Edgar Bronfman, Charlie Butter, Roddy Campbell, Cammy. Oh, Naomi Campbell. I know her. That's a famous model. George Pauline. This is great. If anyone has an initial request, I'll skip. Cohen, Larry Cohen. Oh, Cipriani. No, pardon him. No, I'm joking. Joe Coleman, Peter Cohen. Okay, you know what? There's so many names on this. It can't be that everyone's involved. These are just who is involved with him. Who was on his plane? Could have been people hitching a ride. Janice Dickinson. Let's see if there's any significant names. Dr. Elie Wiesel. Love him. Great author. Peter Dublin.
Yeah, I
Duchess
mean,
of
here's
York. Not
one
sure
thing
who that is.
about
Duke of York.
this list is that it implies guilt by association.
Jonathan
When
Allen, Brian Elias.
none of these people have had any charges laid against them.
Chris Evans, like Captain America. Okay. Cool.
That might be who it is, or maybe it's a different Chris Evans. You just don't know. That's part of the problem with. That's one of the problems with this list is that are some of these people who we think they are.
A lot of Forbes, the whole Forbes family. Tom Ford, the Ford family, John Foreman.
Well, it makes sense. They were all kind of millionaires. They probably all hung out together.
Isabel Goldsmith, Thomas Golden. Let's see. I thought that was about to say Cristiano Ronaldo. I'm glad it didn't.
Yep, I've tried saying this before.
Harvey.
We're not learning anything we haven't already knew.
Looking for something juicy.
We've already known that.
Michael Jackson. Oh my goodness. Well, this is 2000. Mick Jagger? Mick Jagger. No, Michael. Why, Michael? Wow, that just
Some of this is
okay.
not.
Joe
Is
Kennedy.
Mick Jagger still alive?
Andrew Cuomo.
Been known about for a long time.
Kerry Kennedy. A lot of Kennedys. David Koch. Alright. I'm gonna start going a little quicker. Courtney Love in a box. Okay. Not sure why. Should probably ask. Okay, not shocking. The Maxwells. Screw all of you. McDonald.
I think some of this has been known about for quite a while, like what this person here was saying.
Cheryl Mills.
Nope. Nope.
Well, interesting.
This has been filed.
Okay, let's keep going. Rachel Osborne.
Publicly available.
Interesting.
Publicly available.
Prince Charles II. What were you doing? Is this only 2004? Don Rappaport. Oh, Reza Ali. A lot of Rothschilds. Okay.
I don't think any of this is new. I don't think any of this is anything that we haven't heard quite a bit.
Peter Soros. Ha! Obviously the Soroses were on the plane. Obviously the Soroses were on this plane. And if I had to assume the worst, I will assume the worst. Tish. Okay. A lot of Tishes.
Releasing
Trumps here.
this list
Trump
is that people
not really a secret. See, we love a transparent president.
Will assume guilt by association.
Yeah, don't forget, Trump was also helpful in getting him indicted, as he done in interviews by Alex Acosta.
No, I knew the Trumps would be on this because it's not a secret that they were friends, and he's already brought that to the public eye. And if it wasn't for Trump, we would not have these records. So let's use common sense here. All right, we're at W, and there's still a lot of names to go. Okay, good. We're at Z. Yeah. These squares must mean something, especially if Maxwell is in a square.
Perhaps it means repeat offenders.
Probably. Oh, these are places. Four Seasons Hotel, Essex House. Oh, people okay, just ate there. Okay. Well, I have to hit the road because I only came to DC for this briefing, and I'm going home now. But I will go live later again, and I'm gonna go by myself and circle significant names, and then I will come show you guys later if you want.
Thank you so much, Emily.
Phase 1, of course. This is phase 1. I'm gonna accept some people for questions while I just drive. I'll answer them with my camera off. But for phase 2, and I'm told there will be a phase 3 likely, they're gonna start releasing more information about the names on this list. So thanks for joining. My camera will be off, but I will answer questions. Not that I have the answers, but I will try my best. So just raise your hand if you want to join.
What is Trump posted here?
I'll accept as many people as possible.
Oh. Just
Coyote, hi.
Prime Minister.
Hey, Emily, first and foremost, I appreciate you having me up, and I appreciate you being transparent. I guess what I wanted to ask was, did they kind of, the question everybody's going to, thinking, did they kind of, because nobody knew that y'all were going to the White House, and everybody had to keep it low, which is understandable. But I guess I just wanted to see a little more on that. Like, did this take place last night? When did you find out that you were going to be going to the White House to get the list?
Yeah, so we didn't actually know we were going to get the list. We were invited to meet JD Vance, who invited a bunch of influencers that, that they accredit to helping them achieve success in this year's election. And it was honestly more so like their way of expressing their gratitude. Now, within this meeting, we were met with a bunch of surprises. So, I mean, you'll see because I'll publish the photos tomorrow. Trump walked in to the briefing room with a famous Kansas City Chiefs player whose name I forgot, but apparently they won the Super Bowl. And we weren't instructed that we would be getting these files. It was more so like a last minute shock because they only had received it that morning. Like I posted in the letter, Pam Bondi asked Kash Patel for these files, and they're going to release it to the public today. So, yeah, it was exciting for all of us. We definitely didn't know in advance. There was nothing to know.
Was that Harrison Butker? Does that sound familiar? The Kansas City Chiefs kicker, maybe?
He had a beard. He was white. He was very patriotic. He's a kicker. Yes, he's a kicker because Trump was talking about how far he kicks or something like that.
Yes, ma'am. That'd be Harrison Butker. I appreciate that.
Yeah, he's very cool. Let's see. I'm not looking at my phone, so if somebody wants to speak, just go ahead.
Yeah, hi Emily. This is Daniel.
This is the view that I've been
Just
wanting to
wanted to
get
know
that I
like
was not able to
what
get
your
in
thoughts
the.
or opinions are,
I
or
like
if
this so much
you
better.
are able to share any information that you might know about coming arrests. I think what's most important to the American people is not just seeing a list, many of the names of which we already are familiar with. People want to see and are very what's the word I'm looking for? Not really hopeful about arrests happening, even in the Trump administration being in power. So I just want to know what your thoughts were.
Yeah, no, for sure. So, like I said, so this Epstein file is only phase one, which is kind of the general. I can't even say details. It doesn't go explicitly into details, but it's just a general like overseeing of who was kind of affiliated with him, who was on his plane, in terms of arrests and charges being made. As far as we heard from, Attorney General and Kash Patel, is that they're digging now into these names. They have more details in phase two that we have no clue what's in it. We haven't been told anything, so we're on the same page as all of you in terms of who's actually guilty on this list. Phase one has nothing to do with, arrests or prosecutions. I'm sure phase two, which will be soon to follow, is going to actually include, let's call it the guilty Epstein's list, not the guilty by affiliation, but the committed crimes with Epstein list.
Oh, so
Yeah,
this is
thank you very much.
really
I guess just one
this is
follow up,
really a
and that
nothing
that would
burger
be that
because it's not telling us
there's
who's
guys like
guilty.
Alex
Well,
Rosen
sure, it's
who
just
hunts
they're guilty by
pedophiles for a
association.
living online, and he travels all over the country and is able to secure same day arrests for people that harm children. Would you agree that years and years of the American people sitting, with our hat in our hands, sort of waiting for an arrest is
Yeah,
a little
listen,
concerning?
I want you to look at my tweet that I uploaded. Pam Bondi gave us a letter. She just showed us that before Kash Patel was sworn in, the former FBI was not participating in helping us with the files. The entire letter that Pam released is basically exposing them for not wanting to release these files. And now, under obviously Trump's administration, that, secrecy is not going to be tolerated anymore. Why did it take years? That's a great question. It's because we didn't have a president that was strong enough or courageous enough to crack down on these criminals. And now we have Trump in office and all of that's going to change. But I think it was my second tweet. If you look at that letter, Pam expressed her frustration over the FBI being very clandestine about this list and why it took years to get the binder that I'm holding in my hand today, but it took Attorney General Pam Bondi 2 weeks to acquire it. That's called the Trump effect. So just to show the difference in our two presidents. Patriot
Thank you.
Tom, just shoot.
Emily.
Emily.
I just wanted to say that. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you up, but I was saying that I just received this from a follower. The SK in the list was, I think, referring to Sarah Kellen, who was, I believe, according to the follower, was the person picked in that picture with Epstein and Prince Andrew.
That would
She
make
was one of the
sense.
victims.
Wow. Okay. Her name was listed a lot. Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. And look, you were invited to the White House to see Vice President Vance, and you've clearly done something to draw his attention, and that should be applauded.
Thank you.
To be included in that group of people, everybody that was there today went above and beyond, and maybe some of them were asked to go above and beyond, maybe some of them weren't, and they did it on their own. But the fact that Vice President Vance thinks highly of these people is important for people to recognize. I think that's an important part of the story for people to understand. And I think you mentioned it earlier. Everyone else that's not privy to this information is upset. Either they didn't get it early, and I told everybody. I said, "This is a reward." People, we were in a space earlier, all waiting, right, with like 1,600 people in there. There's a lot of people that they upset that they weren't getting the information immediately, and I tried to tell everybody, this is a PR move, but it's something that they're rewarding everyone here. Why Scott Pressler? Well, what do you mean, why Scott Pressler? Are you kidding me? Like, Scott busted his rear end in Pennsylvania.
Scott's
He did
amazing.
amazing things.
Yeah,
Yes, like,
that's
I can't
amazing.
believe people would question
I just,
JD Vance's or even the president's
it
authority
was
on
just
this,
still a weird
on
way
who
of
they
doing it,
picked and
and
why.
when it should have just
And
been
if they want to
all
know
posted
why, well,
online.
then maybe they should like do some introspective analysis and figure out just how to like become a better
Mm,
person
yeah, I
that really
guess.
goes out there and works harder if that's what they're trying to achieve here. But I'm happy that this was a positive moment for the people that were involved, and I wanted to thank you personally for opening up a space and explaining to everybody what was in this information before anybody else did. I didn't see anyone else. For what it's worth, this was the closest, quickest one that I could come to and find out this information. So you're doing. It appears like
Thank
we're
you. I
able to
appreciate it.
get this out. Yeah, you were able to get this out quicker than anyone, and do it all on the up and up, and that's wonderful. And and I believe that you were following all their rules or regulations of how this was going to be done. It appears so. Congratulations, and thank you for
Thank you.
hosting this space. And the information is very interesting, and like you said, these are the flight logs. But what people need to realize is that Epstein, as far as we know, was a spy, and we don't know if he was a spy for the CIA, for Mossad, for both, for other countries. But these are the people in his sphere that he was trying to
Yeah.
blackmail. It appears, and so some of them maybe were successfully blackmailed, some of them weren't. I don't believe everyone is that dumb. I do believe some of them are and don't care. And it'll be
Well,
interesting to
Tom,
see
we
what
shall
happens in the
find
next.
out shortly.
That's right. That's right.
All
Exactly.
right. Thank you. I appreciate you joining. Patriot, you've had your hand up very patiently. Patriot, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Patriot
How you doing?
Storm
How you doing? How
17.
you doing? How you doing, Emily? Congratulations, by the way, man, on being one of the first accounts to report the Epstein list while the flight logs were received. I just wanted to ask you more details about, a lot of people on this app has been pretty much, uh, patiently waiting for a while. And I watched the press conference yesterday with Pam Bundy, and she was mentioning how some of the victims, they didn't want to put all the information out because some of the victims that was trying to protect the victims. Can you speak more on that to people, or do you know anything about that that you could tell people to get people to spin
No,
out
I
there?
actually don't. But so here's what I will say. Full transparency. When we received this binder, like I said, it wasn't premeditated on our end. We didn't know what to expect. I'm sure that the administration has done more of a diligent job in actually analyzing what's in this book. And I reassure everyone, if she hasn't already, there will be a press conference being held with our press secretary. If it's literally not going on
Mm.
right now, it will happen at some point today or tomorrow. And I'm sure they will have a better breakdown of what's in this book and what's more to come. Um, on one hand, one thing that was mentioned was, of course, protecting the victims, but I think everyone's more so interested in prosecuting the criminals for two reasons. A, justice deserves to be served, and B, we can't let criminals walk freely in our beautiful country. But I'm sure that Caroline will be speaking more to that shortly if she hasn't already. If somebody wants to check if she's doing a press conference, she might be already.
So they're gonna have last question. So to my understanding, they're gonna have more to come out. Well, some to come out today and some to come out tomorrow, or is it some to come out today and then they'll wait a little bit and then put a little bit more out next week. You know how that's going to work or no?
You know, I actually don't know when phase 2 is coming out. This is phase 1. I know they have phase 2, and if I'm not mistaken, phase 3. Why they haven't let it out yet, I'm not sure. I think today they're going to break down what's in phase 1, and then I'm sure in the press conference they'll elaborate what's to come, which personally, I'm very excited about it. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Coyote, I see your hand up. I'm going to add more speakers after.
Thank you again, Emily. I kind of to touch a little further on Tom's point. He had mentioned about the, Epstein being a spy and whatnot, and being pretty active here on X and whatnot. I kind of noticed that a shift of, I guess you say, a narrative, and people come in with agendas and whatnot. I guess my thing is I'd like to remind the American people, however you feel about whatever, foreign and whatnot, and all this stuff coming on, don't get consumed by people, tugging your tail this way, tugging your tail that way when it comes to and be a part of the spreading the hate and whatnot. Yes, there are things in it may intertwine with foreign entities and Mossad and CIA and this, that, and the other. But let's not forget, first and foremost, that we're Americans, right? This is America first. We need to stick together. Let's stick to the bullet points. Let's stick to the facts. Let's look at the names and then, and use the discernment whenever listening to stuff like that. And again, Emily, I appreciate you coming on here and, allowing us this opportunity.
Of course. I just want to speak to your point for a minute. We didn't speak about spreading the hate or anything, but we did speak about party unity and bipartisan unity. And I think it's important for everyone. It's very easy to spread hate. It's easy to spread misinformation, and it spreads like wildfire, especially, thankfully, because Elon is making this platform so accessible for citizens to do journalism. But I will also remind people that we elected Trump. The majority of the people elected him. We put our trust in his hands. I trust Kash Patel fully to bring justice where it's due, investigate this, and I personally will not be jumping to any conclusions with the names on this list. As much as I would like to, and as much as I joked around while showing you the names, I trust them to do their job, and I'm going to take it upon myself, as I encourage all of you, to not be part of the misinformation war. This is just my personal advice to everyone here. Personally and professionally, I think Kash is an amazing human being. I'm so glad that he was confirmed. I'm so glad he had so much support. And I think we should just wait patiently for them to do their job. And I also want to remind people, just because we're not hearing about something does not mean it's not being worked on. That's A. And B, sometimes it's the silence before the storm. And sometimes things we don't hear for our own protection or because it's not necessary to be put out there. But with this specific instance and the Epstein files, I just encourage patience because they're doing their job. That I can reassure you. All right, let's bring up some speakers. Sorry, let me wait till I hit a red light.
Also, I received this from another follower of mine. It says the ones in the square boxes are people who were subpoenaed.
Okay, interesting. Brought up some speakers. Hey y'all. Free the world. How are ya?
Hi. I just real quick, if it's actually not a question, if I could throw in a random comment, I just wanted to point out for those who weren't aware that we did have some information. I saw you were kind of like shocked about Michael Jackson, that was I think it was made public in 2023 that there's an accuser that had said they went to his home. But according to that one person, at least, they said that he hadn't done anything inappropriate and that it was related to finances. But other than that, I don't know if there's anything else on that list. And I was kind of going to ask, like, does it say anything else in those files about like how often? I know you have the flight log. Like, are you able to see like how often these people were there? Then do you have the full
Yes,
log,
I have
like
the
the entire
dates.
thing?
I have the dates. Yeah, so I'm sure the other influencers are gonna hop on this too. If you guys want to check out their profile, maybe after. When I get back to New York, I'm gonna actually dig into this a bit more and make it more easy to understand than just sifting through 97 pages while pulled over on the highway. But what that looked like to me was like the flight manifest. It had the dates. It had very obviously names repeating over and over again. and it had like the pilot's name. When I have time later, I'm gonna try to find significant names if the other influencers haven't already done it, and break it down for you, like the date and when. And then at the end, there was a more extensive list in which I will also try to figure out what that is, and I will definitely get back to you. I'm trying to tell you everything I know. Is that we were not we weren't briefed on this. You know, we weren't instructed what to do or what to say. This is just me sharing with you what I have, and if you guys can make more sense of it than I can, then God bless. Please share it. That's what Twitter's all about. Excuse me.
Thank you so much. Oh, and real quick before I get off here, I was just gonna say that the names that you were showing too, that kind of helps with the initials then, right? Like their names are probably there in full.
Yeah, their names are there in full, the initials. I just have to like thoroughly go through it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Vincent Ohana, except Oshana, except it's not really Vinny. But I do see your page a lot on X. How are you?
I'm doing good.
So
Yes,
we're
this is
not
definitely a
learning
parody
anything
account.
new,
Just to
clearly.
be clear.
A funny one, I will add.
I appreciate it. Thank you, by the way, for doing this, and also just helping show the public.
We're
I'll
not
keep
learning
it
anything
brief.
new.
Kind of curious what your, I guess, vibes are, what in general of like when these phases are going to come out, and what kind of information specifically around, like, is it going to be maybe crimes phase two? This is more just maybe your opinion. Again, like you said, you weren't briefed on a whole lot of it, but just kind of curious. I'm just the phases are kind of interesting.
Yeah, my opinion is that phase 2 is going to be, I don't think that they would publish suspects because that's just unfair. I think phase 2, there's no reason why it shouldn't be not necessarily convictions, but more substantial accusations with evidence attached to it. And
Right.
then I don't know what phase 3 would be, but phase 1 is just names. I don't think they want to prolong this. The vibe that I did get that I can share with you guys is that they're eager to put a nail in this coffin already. They want to close this case. They want to prosecute people that were involved with all of the crimes that Epstein was involved with, and they want to move on from this, but they want to make sure that, of course, justice is served and that it's investigated to the fullest extent.
That's something that
So I did
Sean's
get a sense
gonna
of
have
urgency.
to help me understand.
I clearly
Watching
understood
Sean. He's gonna have to help me understand whether or not
huge priority to them. And you know,
these
I saw
people
Twitter
can
was giving Cash
realistically be
Patel a
charged
lot of
with
heat,
anything.
like, oh, it's day 1 and you haven't gotten files yet. But they've been working on this tirelessly. Like, when I tell you everyone in the White House was drinking a Red Bull, like they are not slacking. Trust me on that. That's an observation that it didn't take much to see. It was quite obvious.
Yeah, I mean that's the definition of a deep state, is basically trying to make sure that the new administration doesn't get that damning evidence or whatever it may be. So I appreciate it.
Right.
Thank you.
Of course. All right. Anyone else? Put up a hand. You can unmute yourself.
Can I speak?
Yeah, please.
Hey, this is Manny. I just wanted to correct the record on something I said earlier, that there's some Sarah who's through all these documents. That is not the woman who is in ship between Epstein and Trump, actually. That was one of the things that started that in motion. And her lawyers actually testified, or her lawyers actually said on camera that Donald Trump was the only one who would talk to him and give him statements and sit down and give him all the time he wanted to try to help. And the other thing I'd like to add, I'm running a very small poll about Epstein, and 97% of the respondents say he did not kill himself. So I'm wondering if that's ever going to get addressed. I think it would be very nice, because the entire Magna community believes he was murdered. So I just want to put that out there, that that's something we'd all like addressed too. We'd like a definitive answer on that, at least. Thank you.
I wonder if that
I'm gonna try to see if I can get to ask a question.
There's a lot of people that want him dead. Mossad, maybe.
Oh, of course. Well, I have a different theory, but I'm not going to share it.
I know exactly what that shared.
The Clinton Trail of Bodies.
My theory is not the Mossad. It's a different one, but read between the lines. So
yeah, there's a lot of people say, you know, there are some people who don't believe he ever died. But you know, that gets a little crazy. But
can you at least say why your theory is not Mossad, Emily?
Why it's not Mossad? It's not that that's like I have proof on that. It's that I think it's something or someone else. And for just because I'm like literally conspiring theories here, I'm not gonna like start stating things that I know not to be factual because I don't want to spread misinformation. But my theory is that it is not the Mossad because it is someone else in my mind.
So even though Ghislaine Maxwell and her dad like had all the ties they had, not Mossad.
Listen, I don't know. I'm not sure. I love hearing people's theories, but no, I don't believe this was the Mossad.
Well, ultimately, who has the most to lose in this? The intelligence community, because it compromises their compromise operation. Their operation was compromising political figures.
What we do know is once people start getting accused, people are going to start coming out and people are going to start writing out and snitching names, and that's undoubtedly going to happen. So I think what's yet to come is the exciting part, because nobody's going to want to go down without a fight, and when it comes to being prosecuted, there's no more loyalty in that. So you'll see that some of his best pals who thought that they were safe are going to start coming out, throwing names under the bus, and I am certain very, very soon we're going to have definitive answers, more than that we've got in the last 4 years under Joe Biden, Sleepy Joe. So let's just wait patiently. I mean, theories are always fun and they're out there, but trust me, people are going to start talking very, very soon. Nobody's
So Emily, here's a
See my
quick
hand.
fact
Let me speak.
that Merrick Garland was the top cop in the United States during the Biden administration, and one could argue that him and everyone under him are responsible for withholding this information from the American people and prosecuting people who needed to be prosecuted. Is it your stance that the people who didn't do that, as Trump is doing now, should also be held accountable?
You know, accountable or complicit is the question.
Like,
I think they're almost the same thing in my book. But the
I
fact
agree.
that
I
the
agree.
Biden administration was withholding this information, you can't help but to think, well, why were you withholding it? Who are you trying to protect? And the fact that they did that is only actually going to ignite the Trump administration into even more so finding out why they withheld it. Now that Pam Bondi is demanding that they receive all the remaining files from the Epstein case, it's going to be bad news for everyone under the Biden administration that was trying to withhold this. And listen, we're going to find out exactly why. I don't want to throw out theories, but it's common sense. Why would somebody not want to be investigated under the Epstein files? Ding, 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 light bulb goes off in the head. It's like the same people who are criticizing Elon Musk now with Doge. Well, why do you not want your work to be investigated? What are you hiding? And to answer your question in short is that if they find out that people under the Biden administration were withholding this because they had something to do with it, then of course, then not only are they complicit, but they're guilty in it. And I think the people that try to shield them from justice will go down with them as guilty, because hiding the crime is just almost as bad as committing the crime. It's like aiding in the crime. Um, with that being said, I have to go. I have a phone call, but I will resume later if that's what the people want. And I will try to give you more details as to what exactly is in this infamous binder. But thank you all for joining. Sorry I couldn't get to everyone's questions. But I hope I gave you all more insight, clarity, and I didn't want to seem like I was just showing off. Look, we have the binder and you don't, but we're all here for all of you. And I did want to just share this with you. When we did briefly speak to President Trump, he could not stop expressing how grateful he was to people on social media for their outstanding support for him. He thanked us as the influencers, as journalists, for showing our support for him. And he said, we might not see it, but he sees us online. And he really, really could not have showed us more how appreciative he was of our hard work. So that goes as a pat on the back to everyone on here that's supported him throughout the campaign. It goes on a pat on the back to, the conservative influencers like myself who had a lot to lose in supporting Trump before it was cool again. But let's just, celebrate. Let's be happy. Let's keep the party united. There's a lot of theories. There's a lot of people on both sides of the spectrum that are trying to tear us apart. And you should all know that your president wants us united, and he's very proud of all of us. So thank you all for joining, and we will chat again later.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thanks, Emily.
Thanks, Emily.
Changing the subject.
Pings of
No,
locations of
okay,
people's
let me
cell
say one
phones
thing. Let me
on the
say one
island.
thing.
Do you want to talk about
No,
that,
let me
Ed,
say
or
one
is
thing.
that
You're
too
changing the subject
inconvenient for
completely.
you?
Okay, if you're saying that Bill Clinton's, if the flight logs show that Bill Clinton went to the island or went
Look
anywhere
up the
near the
Virginia
island on
Guthrie
Epstein,
court
let me finish,
documents, Ed.
please. Let
Look
me
up
finish.
the Virginia
See, you're cutting
Guthrie
me off
court
because you don't
documents,
Yeah,
and they
let
show
have the
you
info.
clearly where Bill
Jennifer,
Clinton
Jennifer,
was.
Jennifer. Just give him a
This
second to
guy.
respond.
Listen, all I'm saying is that the binder shows Bill Clinton on Epstein's plane. It doesn't show anything about him going to the island or going to any island near it.
How
Trump
about the
also was
pictures
on
of him
Epstein's
and the
plane, and
underage
those aren't in
girls?
the
Ed, are you
binder.
going to deny that one too?
What? Deny what?
The pictures of Bill Clinton with underage females who were being paid for sex. Do you want to talk
No,
about
I'm
those,
not
Ed?
denying that. There's also pictures with Trump with underage
No,
females
there's
who are
not.
being
No,
paid for
there's not,
sex.
Ed. No,
Yes,
there's
there are.
not.
Epstein brought.
No, there is not. There is pictures of Donald Trump with Jeffrey Epstein. But if you knew how New York
There's
high society works, that wouldn't be shocking to you.
Epstein, there's a literal photo of Epstein. He brought an underage girl to Mar-a-Lago who he was paying, who he was having sex with, and she's
No, no, no,
photographed
no.
with
You are
Trump. So yes,
convoluting
there
two
are.
things. No, shut up, Ed.
Oh my
You're
I'm
just
asking
goodness.
angry
you
because
about
you
the
know I'm right
pictures
and you
of
have no
Bill
argument.
Clinton with the underage females on the Lolita Express. Do you want to explain that one?
He was on the what's the Lolita Express? A plane going where?
Are you no not
See,
Diligent?
you're
He is
not answering
running
my question.
interference. Don't let him do this. He's
You're
distracting from what's
changing the
going. He doesn't know
subject
what the
Nobody,
Lolita
no,
constantly.
listen,
Express
listen.
is.
It's
Give me a
okay.
break, Ed.
Listen, Jennifer. Like nobody in this space is buying what he's saying at face value. I
So
guarantee you that.
what aren't you buying? The fact that Trump was on the flight log, had flight logs with Epstein too, just like Clinton?
Because you are conflating two things. One,
What's being
right?
conflated?
Trump
How are
was
they not
never
exactly
on
the
the
same thing?
like. Again, I'll ask you to do this. If you're going to keep saying Trump was on the flight logs with Epstein, I would like for you to present a flight log of Trump on board the Lolita Express.
Okay, go to my last post. Scroll down
I'm hosting a video
here.
space on a sideways iPhone. I can't
Okay, so
navigate to
how
your
do you want me
profile.
to show them to you then?
Put them up in the
Like
jumbotron.
any normal
Put one up there.
person.
Okay.
What are you entitled?
I don't. How do you put things on a
Just
Bumbletron?
let's go to Tupac. I want to
Hilarious.
get your take on all this.
How do I share to the jumbotron?
You're joking right
No,
now, Ed.
I never shared
Ed,
from a
you've
This
got to
this
know
is
how
a
to do
waste
that,
of
Ed.
time. This is
No,
this guy
just tell
running
me. Just tell me how
interference
I
for a
shared to the jumbotron. It'll
pedophile.
be right up
You
there.
are a pedophile. You had fucking sex websites. No
Well,
wonder
What?
Xavier running interference.
simmer
What?
down, simmer down, simmer down.
Can somebody tell me how? I just do the share icon right here. It's going. No, how do I? I can't.
Let's
All right, I'm
talk
gonna do
about
it.
your porn websites, Ed.
Okay,
Did you
okay,
ever
hold on.
learn
We're
how to
gonna
download just
website.
like
You're making
Jeffrey?
Wow.
Do you know Jeffrey, Ed?
stop, please, please stop. I didn't mute you either. It must have been God. Hold on. Let's see.
No, I muted myself.
No, here I'm gonna
Thank
post them.
you.
Okay, I'm gonna post them so you can see them. It's going up right now. Give me 1 second, just so everybody can see because you pretend like this doesn't actually exist.
A guy who runs a sex website is giving us the information. This is
I never
We've
made a
hilarious.
heard
sex
you. We've
website. You're
heard you
making
enough
crap up.
times.
Why
We've
are you
heard it
lying
enough.
about me? Can I? Like, are you going on record saying that? Because I will sue you for defamation.
Just
I'm
How do I
just
share it?
repeating
It
what I
won't let me
saw on a
share it.
post, Ed. Take it up with the person who wrote it.
Hey,
By the way,
Tupa, are you there,
I
brother?
did find
Diligent,
something
can you
from.
just tell me how to share to the jumbotron, please?
Just hit the share button on the post that you want,
Okay.
and my space will be at the top
All right,
of the
it's
list.
there. I just
Yeah,
uploaded
I
it.
did
So tell
find
me this
something
isn't
from
real, right?
Ed. Ed, here's something from CNBC. You could
Oh
call it a
god.
left-wing website. Donald Trump banned Jeffrey Epstein from his Mar-a-Lago club after Epstein began hitting on another member's daughter.
Yeah,
The
and
ban
that's
happened
based,
months
that's
before
based on
Epstein
that's based on
Yeah,
pleaded
that's
guilty.
nothing about what we're talking about. Everybody knows that. But that does illustrate the fact that Trump was
Okay,
not
so look
okay.
at the jumbotron. Okay,
This
I
space
just
is
uploaded
wild.
them. Are
Okay,
you
so can
telling me that
someone...
these are not real? I'll give you the link too. I'll find you the link if you don't believe me.
Okay, so I'm looking at the flight log. We have...
Oh god, this space is
I've
wild.
And
looked
he's
at
there
those flight
7
logs
times. These only
before.
show
Those
2
were
times. Same
time
exact
out.
flight
Look
logs
at
that
the
the binder
airport
includes with
codes.
Bill
Do you
Clinton.
know where Teterboro is, Ed? Look at the airport codes,
Yeah,
Ed.
there
Like
you
you
go.
Oh
Yeah, it
god.
shows.
literally
It
Right
just
here,
shows.
made an
Ghislaine
idiot out of
Maxwell.
yourself.
Mr. Clinton traveled
So
on Epstein's
here you
plane.
go again. But you're
Files
telling
include
So
testimony
so
from
so
Ghislaine
so
Maxwell
again.
confirming
Okay, so Ed,
Mr. Clinton had
hold on, you
traveled
guys.
on board Epstein's plane.
All right, so I'm gonna help you guys because we're apparently
Oh
forget that we're
god.
all adults here. We don't need to yell or scream over each other. But Ed,
Oh
to your point,
goodness.
so you got the flight logs here. Let's see where the to and the from are at. So we have for the first entry, it is PBI to DCA, and then DCA to TGB. The airport in question, when they were going to the island, was St. Thomas Airport of the Virgin Islands. Okay, so there is no evidence that Donald Trump was on a flight log going to Epstein Island. Can we agree on that?
yes, just like Bill Clinton. There's no
Thank you.
evidence of
Thank you
that
very
either.
much. Thank you very much. So let's, because we can end this
Hey,
argument now.
so you can also look at the Clinton flight logs. Where did they say he's going? They say he went to Hong Kong, Japan, Singapore, China, London, New York,
Oh
and
god.
Azores.
Did
None of those
Trump
places
ever
mention
wait,
China.
Did Trump ever travel to one of those exotic locations where there's no kind of like US oversight?
Nope.
He
No, he did
traveled out
not.
the country,
No,
No, he
he
did not.
traveled from Florida to New Jersey
Okay,
and to New
so the only
York.
difference, so
It was
you're agreeing with me.
continental.
The
The flight
argument's
logs,
over.
you're agreeing
Ghislaine
with
Maxwell made a. She said he was
Uh,
there on the flight.
like
The chick
why
that did all the
like
booking. She said it in court documents.
okay, there's a lot of
uh,
people. There's a woman who accused Trump of raping her too. You don't believe that though, right?
That would
Let's stick on this subject, right?
The one with the
that's
dog
that's
named
that's
Fly or
No,
whatever.
bro,
the
that's a
documentary has
fallacy.
the
That's
That's
an
the
argument
about
doc
two
fallacy.
times when Trump was supposedly on the plane, yet there are
7 times.
79
Trump is
different
on the log
times of
7
Bill
times.
Clinton going with
Trump is
Jeffrey
on the log
Epstein.
seven
They are
times.
not the same, Ed.
Okay, because you don't want them to be the same, but why not release
No,
that?
one is a perverted
Why
old
not release
man
that?
who rapes
You're
children,
releasing flight
okay?
logs.
Like
Why only
there's a big
release
difference.
Clinton and not Trump? You don't see any hypocrisy there. Like if
Are
Biden did
you
this and only
kidding,
showed
Ed?
Trump,
You're joking. You're joking.
you can say that as much as you want, but you know that
You were
there's an
running
issue here.
interference with
That's
oh, whoops. Didn't mean to exit out of that. Okay.
was caught on the island of Little St. James in the Virgin Islands, and it was testimony by one of the plaintiffs in the case. The page is number 603 out of 943, and it's in
I
the
know that,
Buffalo
and I
Gazette.
think Bill Clinton
whoa,
would
whoa,
probably
whoa!
want
You
to be
just
found
said that
there, but
didn't
that's not what
happen,
I'm
Ed.
saying here.
Whoa, what
You
was
just
that?
said that it didn't
That's
happen.
fucking
Perfect. You said it
crazy.
didn't happen.
That's
Wow,
You're
bro.
putting
crazy.
words in my mouth.
Even the
No,
UFOologist
here's
on
what is
stage
important.
is
Okay.
amazed.
Guys, I'm
Ed, you
talking
are
about the
now
flight
you are
logs that
running
were released in the
interference with
binder.
the
I didn't
time
release
What
them
the
in the
hell?
shadow file. I didn't pull them
being
live.
recorded.
Do you get a card from NAMBLA or do they just give you a
See,
flag?
this is what you guys do. You don't want the fact
No,
I
that
you get
posted
Trump
the
is
called
key
out,
hiding his
yesterday.
sadistic
own
fuck. You
actions
are
with
running
Epstein.
interference for a pedophile. What are you
Jennifer,
doing?
Guys,
Jennifer,
guys,
easy.
Hey, Ed,
my
do you think
problem
they should
isn't
rename
my
it Little
my
St.
problem
Bill? I
isn't with
think
them
they should.
releasing information about
Oh
my
boy.
problem isn't with them releasing information about Bill Clinton. I'm just saying if you're going to release flight logs that show
Could
nothing
have
criminal
been.
whatsoever that Bill Clinton did, then why are you hiding Trump's name on that same
Why
exact
is
court
that the first
document?
thing on your mind that when you see
Because he's
this
sick.
proof and evidence, the first thing you leap to is, well, Trump has to be in something
No,
like
So
that
you
because
too.
have you have
I
but
While I agree that's a
Ed,
valid
you
concern,
just
it's
showed your
space
hand,
strange.
earlier
sir. Hold
today.
on, hold on,
I
hold
was in
on.
a space
Ed,
earlier
you
today.
just
I said I
listen.
bet you that
Ed. So you just I bet you. So you just admitted that you're speculating, right? But you just had evidence, right, presented to you that you did not refute that Clinton went to Epstein Island. Like you did not refute it. As a matter of fact, you acknowledged it and you said said, I knew that, right? When the same breath, right, just like a minute before, you acknowledge that Trump there was no evidence that Trump flew there, but Clinton did. So the entire basis for your argument, the entire reason that you came up here on stage and what you started with is you just acknowledged it yourself that it's bullshit.
Like, no, you lied, Ed. No, you lied. You're conflating two different things.
Dude. Bill was there,
you're
man.
literally conflating two different things.
Lied.
What I acknowledge is that there's a witness who said Bill Clinton was on the island. What I didn't acknowledge was that the flight log showed Bill Clinton.
Let him respond.
Tolerating pedophilia because you're.
Listen, he's been, I think we've made our point. Okay, let's let him respond. Okay, it's hard to there's very few Democrats willing to come in spaces anymore. All right, but we obviously just showed the flaw in his logic. Ed, continue. Please don't interrupt him.
If you want full transparency, if you don't want people on the left or people on the right questioning what you're releasing, you're going to release everything and not just cherry pick stuff that shows that Bill Clinton flew on the Lolita Express just like Trump did, but not release the information that shows that Trump did. That's going to stop. That's going to prevent you from having full transparency. It's going to create a lot of distrust. That's all I'm saying. Do I think Bill Clinton ever went to the island? I think he probably did. But those logs that were released do not show that.
Ed, listen, everybody in MAGA agrees with you that we want everything released, dude. What we're saying is there's no evidence that Trump did what Clinton clearly did.
So then don't cherry pick information and only release stuff that...
Nobody's cherry picking because we have...
Otherwise, you have all the
You're
flight logs
cherry
that
picking information.
Ed,
Ed, you're the one who's pointing out
Trump. Hey, so we have listen. We have 5,000 people in the space listening to us live, and they can't hear 6 of you speaking at once. So when I'm trying to moderate you guys to not talk over and scream at each other and all that, it's not for your sake. It's not for my sake. It's for the sake of the thousands of people who are listening to this. I
hate that I have to pull this part up to see who is speaking.
You can argue a little bit. That's fine.
I got to run, but think about it. Think about it.
Well, thank you for coming up here and showing us that you had no idea what you're talking about. Appreciate it. Go ahead, Tupa.
Make sure you wear something brightly colored. You're tiny.
Dude, I've heard about whataboutism, but I've never heard of what ifism, where you have to make up a hypothetical.
Ed, bro. I mean, I like you, Ed, dude, but that was a horrible presentation.
What
no hypothetical
there?
Completely unprepared, bro.
What ifism? That is the greatest. That is like the ultimate Democrat. But what if this happened? What if Donald Trump ignores the court order? What if Elon Musk cuts
Did you read flight logs, but not including the binder? There's no what if there. It happened.
Did you read Pam Bondi's letter? Did you read her letter?
I read it, but there's no what if. He was on flight logs, and they weren't released in the binder.
Ed, who controls the Southern District of New York? Is it Republicans or Democrats?
Information. You don't. You honestly don't care that they're only releasing what they
Remember that we can't hear you
this
guys.
Guy for sure.
Speaking at the same time.
Who controls the Southern District of New York? Is it Republicans or Democrats? It's Democrats. Who controlled the FBI for the last 4 years? Is it Republicans or Democrats? Oops, it's Democrats. So here's the problem, Ed. They just said, Pam
FBI is not controlled by Democrats. They're career
employees. Are you kidding me? Come on, Ed. Everybody.
Here's
all these files haven't been released, and now Pam.
I didn't realize that. I didn't realize he was there, but he's barely there now.
Come on, bro. You're being that was completely disingenuous. Just a smidgen, dude.
It's not like the Southern District of New York is controlled by MAGA Republicans, Ed. Come on, and he's gone.
Yeah, he's out. He's out.
Guys, that was. I mean, there's been some bad Krasenstein performances. That one wins a fucking Razzie. What the hell? Good job, team. We got.
Hey, you know what? I'm going to back up Diligent, though. You got to give Ed a little bit of credit. He is willing to come here and argue with us. A lot of Democrats are waiting.
Not when he's running interference for pedophiles. We don't have.
So I'm told that Fred Rogers.
I'm not a fan of his.
I'm told that Fred Rogers is requesting, Kevin, if you can help me get him up here. Tupa says that he's very knowledgeable on the subject. Continue, guys. I'm sorry. That's a mute glitch.
That was like Ben Affleck
Fred
and
Rogers,
J-Lo.
Mr. Rogers.
That was like that Ben Affleck and J-Lo movie.
Awesome. Is that little pussy crass?
Hey, remember that we're having a daytime space, so watch the language.
Approved.
Is human tampon
Is Fred speaking? Or what's
Sorry.
going on?
No, I think I broke the internet when I said that word. I'm not going to say bad words, but really, I was rugged by Krasenstein in 2001 through his talk gold high yield investment hype when he owned the moneymaker for him before he was arrested by Homeland Security. Um, I don't trust anything that comes out of that fool's mouth.
We concur. He's a
No one
fed.
else does either.
Okay. Thank you for that, Tupac. This is
Oh,
not
I thought
exactly what
I thought he was giving us like some Epstein updates.
I did too.
I didn't think we were bringing somebody up to like go. You're all right.
George Orwell just started following me. Okay, this is interesting.
Well, that would be interesting, wouldn't it? I did get a follow from Yuri Bezmenov the other day. I was like, that was
James. What do you think about all of this, man? People aren't happy about how this rolled out. Do you agree?
No. Did I miss something? Like, I mean, like, so my take on this thing is that, look, um, first of all, I kind of gotta believe that they're gonna prosecute some people. First off, so some of that's gonna be held back. We'll see what happens or what doesn't happen. I don't really give a shit, to be honest with you. Like, I'm all about the public disclosure. But at the end of the day, I mean, I'm also looking at the maneuvers. Like, I understand how this stuff used to work, normally works. Um, when you're going to shortcut your own press department, you're going to go direct in some fashion, usually through the press office. We've all had a problem with that for decades, right? That the mainstream media has been a filter that's filtering out all of our information. We've been saying things like, we are the new media. Diligent, Kevin, Chad, everybody on this stage has been part of that new media process. So now they finally put new media right at the front of the line. I mean, our very own Scott Pressler was at the White House and got the same briefing book that they normally give to mainstream media. So why would you have a problem with that? I mean, it's like our boys are in the White House. Like, you got to say, hey, good job. They're at least making a step in the right direction. And they've chosen a strategy of they're going to release this thing in tranches for some reason. The only logical reason, besides the fact that the Southern District of New York just completely hid 2,000 pages of evidence, besides that, putting that aside, there has to be some reason they're following that strategy. And in my mind, since it's being run through the DOJ, it has something to do with potential prosecutions.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's one thing that's incredibly apparent is that we have a literal insurrection happening within the federal government. All of these years that they've been saying that the J6ers were the ones guilty and the Trump Republicans and MAGA were guilty of insurrection. We're literally seeing an insurrection take place
So
right
now they
now
are saying that there's
where
something
the
suspicious
bureaucrats are acting
about it.
against the will of the
I
people
don't know.
and the will of the government openly and defiantly. And
I'm thinking
technically, if they're in
CO2
the FBI or
poisoning.
the DOJ,
That's what
they
I'm
are
thinking.
armed. So it does
But it sounds
actually
like he's been
qualify
dead for a
as
while,
an
which is odd.
insurrection.
So that part is odd.
Just my opinion.
Could they raid the FBI field office in New York?
They should.
They could.
They should. If they're
By
not
the way,
getting
when
what
you
they
were
want,
talking about
they
who was
should.
following you, I just got followed by the actress who played Buffy the Vampire Slayer. So I don't know if I should be worried about that or not.
Wait, Sarah Michelle Gellar
Well,
followed you?
it's
No,
probably a
the
parody
woman who
account,
played
dude.
That's
it in the
not her,
movie.
bro. Come on, man. Really? I don't even.
Well, you said George Orwell. I was just
It's a
saying it
parody.
happened at the
Well,
same time.
I'm joking, but you're serious. That's the difference. Right?
Well, I didn't know if it was a George Orwell parody account. Obviously, I didn't think it was the
George
real George
Orwell is dead,
Orwell.
dude.
I know that. That's why I said parody account.
and like he's very dead. Like he's very he's not like Gene Hackman dead. He's very dead.
He's mummified. He's mummified. Has anybody
What
checked
if
in on
what
Tom
if
Hanks, by the
Gene
way?
Hackman offed himself last night because he was afraid that his name might appear on the list?
You know what? I'm gonna roll the dice and say he's probably not on there. But that's just because
he's been dead for too long. He's been dead for too long. He was married to the same woman for 30 years.
I just really like his movies, so I'm gonna say that he's not on there.
So was Bill Clinton.
Well, that was a little different. That was more of a political deal.
So Scott, can we check in with you? Are you? What are you? I realize you've probably been sitting there poring over the documents that you have in your hand. How is that going, sir? Anything new, or do you know when the press conference is going to be? If you're available to speak, he might not be able to get to his phone.
Since Scott is not answering diligent, there's one thing I'd be happy to say from having watched that stream with the binder that I just thrilled to say here to tweak some folks is Netanyahu is not on the list. So I know there's people that want to say, but you can't say it about the list. At least the information was released.
Bro,
Sorry,
today. We went like an hour and a half.
Penny, can you accept the co-host?
We went like an hour and a half without somebody.
Well, actually, I think it's important to confirm that it's that, but I actually think it's good to confirm that he's not because there's probably people wondering that.
Well, I went an hour and a half without hearing Israel. Like it was a record for the last year and a half. Like, damn it, bro.
Yeah, I'm about to let Myron on stage, so that's going to change. Tupa, can you accept co-host? Jeez, man. No, thank you, sir. Thank you.
No problem.
All right, let's let Myron up here so he can say Israel a bunch of times. Go ahead, Myron.
Myron, you are up.
Shalom.
Okay. Myron, what do you think about this drop, man? Are you disappointed?
Well, it's what I anticipated. I came earlier this morning where I covered this, and basically they gave some of the flight manifest stuff. But I tweeted earlier. I said if you're not going to talk about Les Wexner, um, there's no real point to talk about Epstein. And I think that's something that a lot of people don't pay attention to.
I will agree with that on Les Wexner. He is definitely somebody who needs to be talked about a lot too. And there's also it starts with a J. I forget the other name. There was another individual who wasn't mentioned, but I don't have the list yet. Like, have you seen the release like a list of the names like in its entirety, Myron, from today?
Yeah, I've seen. Wait, the list that was given today?
Yeah.
No, not today. I haven't seen what was given today. I know that they were going to release some flight manifest stuff, which is ambiguous at best, but nothing that's official as far as the list goes. And another thing to note is that the list that they released, Epstein had multiple pilots, and each of those pilots had different manifests and different lists. So we're not even getting all of the ones, and then that doesn't account for helicopters and the people that drove to the home to meet the the underage individuals as well.
Yeah, Ghislaine had a helicopter that she specifically stated was for flying people around under the radar. So that's a good point. Jack, you got some screenshots of names and information from the flight logs. You want to share them with us?
They're all on my timeline. I just posted all of them.
Bro, you're gonna come up as a speaker. I'm asking you to say them, and you're like, just look at my profile. All right. So, is there anybody on stage who wants to speak?
Don't forget that there was a submarine base.
Like, what the hell? Destiny, you go for it.
Her submarine license.
Destiny, you're up.
Okay.
Oh boy.
I broke down some insights. I'm about to make a post on it, but I'll just tell you now. According to Liz Wheeler's copy of the binder, what I could discern from the binder is it's going to come out in at least 6 different phases. How I know that? They're alphabetically ordered and released. The first release was only A through D. Since there's 26 letters in the alphabet, 6.5 times the amount if they go in the same correct amount of order. So roughly 6 future ones upcoming. This is number 1, A through D. This one only included A through D. The binder ends on D. So that's first and foremost. Second, there are names that I know, right? There were some discernible names that I could make out. Some of them do not have last names, but you have William and Karina Casey.
This is who's speaking now.
Camila Carabom Carining, which does not have a first name. Barbara Carrera. Guido Casanestra, sorry. Simon Case. Gregory and Paulina Case. Mark Cecil. Albie and Victoria Cater. Debbie Castaneda. Michael and Charlena Carlillo, Sophia Caruth, Caprice.
So you're just reading off.
No first name.
Hold on.
Those are all names that are the new names. None of those were prior listed.
So those are all new names. Can you just kind of skip through the ones that are notable?
If I can find notable ones.
But Destiny, there was a list at the end that wasn't just A through D. What was the list at the very end of the binder?
There's a masseuse list that was completely redacted for all the names of the masseuses that were hired. That list is completely redacted because they are considered victims.
So you're saying that the list at the end of the binder were people that actually were massaged, and is that what you're saying by that?
What I
They
see is the list
participated
that's
and they're
been
seen it.
redacted. It says
They're
masseuse
considered
at the top.
victims, so it's redacted. That's what she's saying.
Well, no. There's a list. No, there's a list of names with big black redactions underneath at the end of the binder. That was quite a long list, and it's not an
No,
APB list.
they're
That goes all
victims.
over.
That's what she's saying. They're victims.
Saw.
Am I right?
Yeah, but there's a list,
No,
and it's listed at least to 27 victims for that redacted long list. And it says masseuse at the top of
Go
the
ahead.
list. So I'm assuming that they are masseuses and therefore considered victims because they were performing sexual acts on the person who's in question.
Can we put the names into Grok or AI and get them to tell us
I
who
wouldn't trust.
any of these people are? Because
I
just
wouldn't
naming
trust.
names
I wouldn't trust Grok with that right now. Like this is something that's important, like because it's been happening throughout the space, and it usually happens on every space. People go to Grok and expect it to be correct every time. Please do your own research and cite it. AI is very helpful for a lot of things, but when it comes to important facts right now, you need to verify it yourself. Don't trust Grok because AI still hallucinate. If you don't know what hallucination means, it means that it presents to you fictional information as if it's fact because it can't discern the difference between the two just quite yet. So,
Yeah, Grok told me that I was a coach for the University of Georgia Bulldogs, which, as much as I think I am, yeah, I'm not.
thank
So,
you. No offense to
So
you, Penny, but it's just
can
a
we
fact.
use like ChatGPT or something, put those names in and just have them like list out their
I
companies?
just said
What you can do,
through her AI right now.
the deep research mode on Grok will cite the web pages that it gets its information from. So if it's a name that you're unfamiliar with, and if they have been published for anything in the past, if they've been in the news, it may be able to connect you to possible matches. It doesn't even mean necessarily that it's the same person because a lot of people share names.
exactly.
But it's a start, right?
Really important. Well, Penny, that is actually really important because I've been using Drug3 or trying to use it to create sales lists and call lists for folks, for clients. And I can tell you right now, it doesn't always get the contact info right. You've got to double check on this kind of thing. Make sure it's
Well,
the right
and
person.
these people knew they were on the list, so they could have had all of their internet history scrubbed.
Myron, go ahead,
Well,
man.
that wouldn't get rid of their, yeah.
Why isn't Scott Pressler speaking at all? I
Myron,
don't
you have
think
your hand
he's
up.
there anymore. Not
Jack
even there
Trog, go ahead,
anymore.
man.
Oh,
All right,
what,
so yeah,
what
I
I was
saw
gonna
on
say
All right.
was, I'm back. I'm back. Yeah, the two names I was talking about that people need to really look at if they want to, because here's the other thing too. I want to say because someone went on his jet doesn't necessarily mean they're a predator. Like the other thing that people need to understand
That's
is
true.
that he did travel a lot of these people. They might not necessarily be predators. So you have to cross-reference those individuals with people that were linked to two people, Les Wexner and Jean-Luc Brunel. So Brunel, his job, and he's someone that no one really talks about. He was the guy that acquired all the underage models, where they were Victoria's Secret models or the ones that were kid models. He was a lot of the recruiting as far as like bringing these girls for Epstein. Les Wexner was the money. Brunel was the guy that actually got the girls, and that would be the main guy that would organize stuff for him. And then Ghislaine Maxwell's job was to kind of hook up Epstein with like these high-end UN officials. Her whole game was she would go to the UN and talk about the ocean and pollution and stuff like that. And then they'd have these parties after the fact, and her and Epstein would go to these parties, and
Yeah.
they'd have these models with them that were like Victoria's Secret models, because obviously Les Wexner has a stake in Victoria's Secret,
Is he
and
rugging
this guy
for
would
anybody
also,
else?
model. He'd have. You guys hear me still?
You were rugging a little bit, yeah, but we heard most of what you said. Continue.
Okay. So what Brunel would do is he would bring the of age girls to the party, but then once it's time to like bring them to the island or anything else like that, that's when they would get the underage girls. And Brunel, just like Epstein, died in mysterious circumstances in a jail as well. He hung himself, and we all know that he didn't kill himself either. So it's very interesting that how both him and Epstein died of mysterious causes while incarcerated.
That is it is an incredible coincidence. Go ahead, Jack.
All right, so I saw on the list, I saw Michael Jackson, Naomi Campbell, I saw Ed.
Did you hear that? Can you say that first one again for Destiny in case you didn't hear it clearly? Who was that?
Michael Jackson.
One more time.
Michael Jackson.
He was on the flight logs for what?
It was just in those pages that
For what? What was the pages about?
the Epstein flight logs.
Okay, thank you so much. Continue.
Yeah, there was also I said Naomi Campbell. I know there was also one of the initials that was mentioned a lot was SK. At first, I thought it meant Stephen King, but it was actually a woman named Sarah Kellen, who was suspected of being the woman who was in that picture with Prince Andrew. I also saw Andrew Cuomo, I believe, was also on the list.
I told you. I told you, bitches. I told you.
Okay,
I
have the list of the current names that are notable. Ghislaine Maxwell, Virginia Lee Roberts. Oh, okay, she's an Epstein victim, but she's named. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that.
He was the one that sued
named
Prince
in this current drop, Prince Andrew. He is named. James Michael Ostrich, Philip Barden. 6 is redacted. I'm guessing it's hopefully it's a victim or somebody who's caught up in an investigation. Kate Blanchett, David Bowes, Laura Booth, Evelyn Boulay, Rebecca Boylan, Josh Bunner, Naomi Campbell, as you said, Carolyn Casey, Paul Castle, Sharon Churcher, Bill motherfucking Clinton, who we know is a sexual deviant. And let's continue. David Copperfield, Alexandra Costo, Cameron Diaz, Leonardo DiCaprio, Alan Dershowitz. That was the name I was trying to come up with earlier, Myron. That I was hoping would get mentioned. And
He was
Doctor.
just a lawyer defending a lot of them.
Yeah, but still,
he
I mean, he did get a. I got a massage, right? He got a massage. So, anyways, yeah, we know he's a. Yeah.
Did you say Alexandria Ocasio?
No, is that how you say it? Costo? No.
Oh, I thought you were saying AOC.
He would have been like
Cousteau. So no. So, but yeah, I think it's Leonardo DiCaprio. Was that one we knew of before?
I don't know.
Well, we know that he dumps his girlfriends
That's a new
as soon as
name,
they turn
bro.
25.
That's huge. What?
Leo dumps his girlfriends as soon as they turn 25. I mean, that's been a meme in a
We're not
jail
saying
for
we're not
years.
saying the signs weren't there, but I don't think he was on that. I never heard him. Yeah,
he dumps them in the North Atlantic. From what
he's
I
like
heard.
he's like notorious for only dating like early 20-year-olds. So that's like what's good. You remember Ricky Gervais made that joke?
Okay, I have the second part of the list. Forrest Sawyer, Doug Shotil, Kevin Spacey. Wow.
We already knew
remember,
about Kevin
folks,
Spacey.
I'm
We
only
already knew
listing
about him.
off people named. Me listing it off does not imply guilt whatsoever. One of my friends is really good friends with Kevin Spacey, so he's definitely not going to be happy about that. All right, Forrest Sawyer, Kevin
We've
Spacey,
known about
Cecilia
that. We've
Stein,
known about it. Him.
Mark Tafoya.
This is old news.
Brent Tilbo, Tyndall,
Old news.
Kevin Thompson, Donald Trump, Ed Tuttle, Emma Vahan, Kimberly Vahan Edwards, Crescenda Valdez, Anthony Valderez, Maritza Vasquez, Vicky Ward, Jared Weisfeld, Courtney Wild, Bruce Willis, Daniel Wilson, Kathy Alexander.
I don't think I knew Bruce
Miles
Willis,
Alexander.
but I knew.
Some of these names are pretty big. Trump, I'm wondering if it's a correlation to the flight logs we already know of.
But
I wish
knew,
there was context to the list. Anybody want to comment on what I've read so far?
Bruce Willis, another big
others
name.
I knew about.
I won't lie, I'm kind of upset about Bruce Willis.
That one cuts
deep. Forrest Sawyer, that
I don't
former
know if
Fox
I've heard about
anchor
him,
man.
but
yes,
I know that.
Well, I just looked him up.
I know that I knew about Kevin Spacey.
I don't know if anybody would be surprised by Kevin Spacey.
I'm not. I already knew about him.
De-arm a bomb on the flight, if I remember the film right.
Isn't Mark Tafoya like ESPN?
No, that's Michelle Tafoya.
Is that her beau?
Okay, we got more here.
Is that like her homeboy? Maybe.
Bradley Edwards, Amanda Ellison, Kimberly Espinoza, redacted, Jeffrey Epstein, Annie Farmer, Mary Farmer, Alexandra Fakai, Crystal Figueroa, Anthony Figueroa, Louis Frey, Eric Ghani, Meg Garvin, Sheridan Gibson Butt, Robert Giuffre, Al Gore, Ross Gaw,
I'm trying to remember if I've heard about Al Gore.
Philip
Some of these I'm pretty sure I heard about because I know that I've heard Kevin
Shannon
Spacey.
Harrison, Stephen Hawking, Victoria Hazel, Brittany Henderson, and Brett Jaff.
Stephen Hawking.
I can't believe Al Gore was on.
I wonder if
he
Al
was
Gore
riding with Bill when they.
Yo, what the hell is Stephen Hawking doing there? Like what?
So we
Well,
knew Stephen Hawking was
We
riding.
already
That's not new.
No,
Yeah,
no.
he's
Haven't
we
you ever
have
seen people
90
in a
names so
wheelchair at a
far.
strip
Let me
club,
just say
Kevin?
for the audience, please, you guys, not all of these people are new, right? So some of these, I'm thinking, it looks like some of these are actually a list of all of the compiled flight logs together, if I had to guess.
But was Al Gore on the previous list? Because he was doing so much work for climate change. He didn't have
Bruce
enough.
Willis.
I don't
is
want to.
the
I don't
most,
want to
like,
read into anything that Scott was saying, but Scott did say that there was a
So much
Democratic
is not.
person that he had to
It's
Google.
just not.
I don't know if he would have had to have Googled Al Gore. He is kind of young, Scott is, but you know,
I think Scott.
that 1993 would have been the time.
Senator Ed Kennedy.
I'm gonna roll the dice and say.
What do you
Scott
mean,
knows
bro?
Al
I think
Gore.
Scott's like around the same age as me. Like, what are you trying to say?
Who's the farmer
Were
family?
you 90? What?
Who's the farmers on there? Like you said, farmer.
I'll go through the list one more time since it's compiled, right? So we
That
have
could
90
be
so
reference
far.
to Maria Farmer, who was one of the victims.
We have, yeah, I think that's who it was, and she
That's
did.
what
I
thought.
stopped reading it because it said victim next to it. So, but some victims have outed themselves, so that's neither here nor there. Ghislaine Maxwell, Virginia Lee Roberts Giuffre, and she was the victim, but it's listed, so I'm going to say it. Prince Andrew, James Michael Ostrich, Philip Barden, Kate Blanchett. I don't think she's been mentioned before. That's a big name. David Bowie's. That's wow.
Wait, David Bowie.
Wait, David Bowie?
Whoa!
Bowie's is Boies. Is that him?
No,
Well, they didn't actually
no.
have Bowie's with an S, but it could. I mean, it depends on if it's a misspelling or not, right? That's why we got to be super careful. Some of these names are going to be more obvious, and some of them it's like maybe double.
Well, I
check.
might not be pronouncing it correctly, right? So add that disclaimer in there. I'll post these in just a second. Naomi Campbell, like that's a big one.
Yeah, but she's rumored right now to be running
Jen,
a sex trafficking ring. She's a yacht girl.
All right. Bowie's, Schiller, and Flexner is a huge law firm in Manhattan. Boies.
That makes sense. Yes, Boies. Yes, sir.
Bowie, Schiller, Flexner is a firm of internationally recognized.
I'm gonna
trial
post
lawyers.
this right now.
You ready for this? Crisis managers and strategy advisors.
No
known
way.
for our creative and its pursuing successful outcomes for our clients. Yeah, they seem to be international crisis managers.
That's
Whatever.
why I'm saying we have to look up the names, right? Because to us they might be nothing, but when you look them up, you're like, holy shit, wait, like this is actually a big deal.
Yeah.
So you guys can keep listening to Ground Control to Major Tom and
Thank God.
not feel bad about
Thank
it.
God. You know, one of the things we can
For
do with
now.
this list too is cross-reference it with people who have died suddenly or whatever in the last 4 years or 6 years since this stuff started coming out. That would be really good to do because some of these names obviously anonymous, but Bruce Willis. I mean, what happened? You know, I mean, some of these like very steep decline. One of the names I looked up, he died in 2020. You know what I mean? I keep looking up names, and some of them are gone.
It's a
Bruce
good point
Willis has
about
been
Bruce
doing
Willis,
a bunch
man.
of B-rated movies because his family's been pushing him to put as much content out and make as much money because he has some kind of mental condition. Yeah,
he has aphasia.
I want to be clear. Die Hard is still not a Christmas movie, so
it absolutely is. It absolutely is.
Yeah.
I want to know the people that were on the flight with Clinton. I bet those are the dead ones.
Well, we still have no Pam Bondi press conference.
So it was Al Gore
Yeah,
actually.
no Pam,
was he
no
on
Pam
the
Bondi
first
press
list?
conference.
I don't think he was.
I don't remember. It seems like now that I think about it, it seems like he was mentioned.
Clinton was.
Yeah,
well,
but
I don't
see, this
remember
is
that.
the
Clinton
problem is that
definitely
people
was.
started
Yes,
naming
yes, you can.
names and doing stories when they like on quote unquote fake lists or fake drops. So like, there's a lot of like overlap where they've been named and then said it was fake, but now they're back on the list, kind of thing.
I remember
Diligent.
Stephen
I mean,
Hawking
Al Gore could
mentioned.
just.
Ryan
Diligent.
Dawson
Did
has
you
done
say
the
Ed
footwork.
Krasenstein was one of the massagers or no?
That's a good
Well, if
question.
Kevin Spacey were there, they would have had to have had at least some gay content. So could have been.
We're gonna go to a
Maybe his
different
name
one.
is blocked out.
Chad, I gotta say, we really took down Ed Krasenstein earlier. I mean, that was just brutal, man.
I enjoyed it.
Because
It was fun.
says here that
Good times, team.
So the list that I have is now going to be up in the jumbotron, but I just posted it. If you want to look through it, what do you think is going to happen with these A-listers who were not previously mentioned? Are we going to hear?
If they're not, it's like that whole thing, like until you're proven guilty, which sucks. But that said, you can't just defame people. So they're going to have that issue. We want to be sure who we're releasing. The third thing, and I think this is what's the hardest thing for the pro-Trump supporters, for everyone to get, is he may be all about transparency. He's, as you all saw, he's working in a system that doesn't make that easy. And Pam Bondi and Pete Hegseth and Kash Patel and all of them may be gung ho, but they also are still playing in a system, and they all have their own self-interest to protect. And I think sometimes we lose sight of that. I mean, my biggest thought is, Trump operates well when he's pushed to that accountability. Just to assume he'll do it, yes and no. I mean, it's the same thing with the Kennedy files. Like, there's stuff they're not releasing. Is it because they can't? Is it because they don't want to for legal reasons, or is it because
this is a
they're
stupid
like, we don't want to?
It's not. It's just not relevant.
Rob, why don't they just come out and say why they're releasing what they're releasing and what they're not going to release, and just be transparent and honest with everybody?
I think he dropped.
Sorry, we lost you, Rob.
Am I here?
Yep,
Yeah.
Go ahead, Rob. Did you hear my question?
I think he's got a bad
Okay,
connection.
Nate, go to your hands up. Welcome to the stage.
Hey, thanks everybody. One thing I will say, I used to be a prosecutor, and if there are certain elements here that I think a lot of people are maybe missing, where you could have potential criminal suspects that are still being investigated if we're talking about pedophilia and underage sex trafficking. So with that being said, you can't release just everything because you could have run some due process violations when you're talking about holding people accountable. So certain things you can hold back, but certain things you can release. Now, I think the way they're releasing it now by giving it to some influencers and telling people you can release it, but can't release it publicly to a certain time, I think it's being fumbled a little bit. But I think at a point, I agree with what everyone else here said, that the deep state has some protecting to do, because I'm assuming names like Bill Clinton is going to be on that list. And someone mentioned defamation earlier, but I don't think you'd have a defamation case if you put out that, hey, you're on Jeffrey Epstein's list. Who you going, unless you're going to sue Jeffrey Epstein, because it's just factual information. So I don't think you'd have a defamation claim unless they said you're one of these things. So I think we're running up to active FBI investigation, the presumption of innocence for all these defendants, if there are going to be any others, and the frustration that we all have because it's been a long time and we want to see this information.
But Nate, let me ask you, I understand that, but look, we're talking about an island where hundreds of children were raped by our leaders, and they're dropping Rick-rolling music and releasing redacted fake reports to a bunch of influencers. Like, where that's so beyond the pale here, and why wouldn't they just be transparent on what they can do and what they can't do? What's the point of this game, this kind of like cat and mouse game? What are they trying to achieve with what they did?
Well, I don't know their ends, but from what I'm seeing, the Pam Bondi letter, the FBI, understand this: Trump's issue is not with the people who are running the stuff; it's with the deep state, right? Those career people who've been in there for years, who were working against him during his first administration, who kind of tried to get him caught up during the Biden administration, and now he has to go in and fight those people to release the information. That's why Pam is saying, "Hey, what happened to all these other documents? What's going on with this? There's still these active investigations. All these prosecutors are quitting." So it's a real house of cards over there now, and I think Trump and his team are trying to right the ship. But to speak to their motivations, I just don't know. But I do think that what everyone here is saying, if it's true, and you have these rich and powerful people who are possible defendants, then you do have due process concerns for their hopefully their trials and things of that nature, that I think the Justice Department is trying to preserve.
Ryan, over to you.
I don't think that they're going to be able to really
This
protect
is,
a lot of these people,
as I predicted, and exactly what
because
I
of statute of
expected.
limitations.
They're just releasing information we already have. The little black book, flight logs. Looks like a big, thick folder, but there's 189 pages of that of flight logs. Being on a plane with somebody does not make you guilty. Being in a black book doesn't make you guilty. You cannot just say, well, look, anybody they ever met ever raped children. So releasing those, just a bunch of names, doesn't matter. It just says whose acquaintances were. And again, Jeffrey Epstein was not just involved with a pedophilia ring. He was involved in a lot of white collar crime too. And so some people, his clients, are involved with that, which is criminal as well. Stealing from people is also wrong. But they're not going to release. This is, they're giving it to a bunch of Zionist influencers, and it's a bunch of info we already have. And that's exactly what I said they were going to do.
Why did you think so? Based on what you're predicting, why do you think this happened this way?
I think they talked it up before they got in there. You know, we're going to release the Epstein file, and we're going to release the 9/11 file and UFOs. I mean, they don't know what they're talking about. It's look, what have they done with what we already have? You know, Glenn Dubin and Jess Staley and Leon Black and Wexner and all these people. Nothing's going to happen to them. There's been some lawsuits. Over $400 million been paid out. I mean, Prince Andrew had to pay $16 million to Virginia Dufresne. You had Deutsche Bank, $75 million. J.P. Morgan, $290 million. And Leon Black and Global Apollo, they had to pay out $62.5 million. So it's pretending like, oh gosh, we just don't know who the clients are. And oh wow, we even have banks facilitating hush money to some of the women involved. Jean-Luc Burnell was arrested, died in prison. He was involved. They act like no one got arrested, nobody's been sued, and that's just false. But the problem is this like QAnon group and all that. You know, the people blaming Tom Hanks and Stephen Hawkins and stuff. All they don't care about justice. All they care about is drama, and they want celebrity trash gossip stuff. That's what they want. They don't care about all these girls that got abused for decades. Uh, Barry Kirscher and these people that got the sweetheart deal and got all these people immunity. I mean, that's disgusting. But you do have names out already, and these people, it doesn't matter. And the same thing with 9/11 or JFK. Like, remember when there was 28 consecutive pages redacted from the JS report, and everyone was like, release it, release it, release it. And then they did. And it proved state sponsorship for September 11th terrorists, and didn't matter. It didn't matter. So I
Thanks,
don't
Mark.
care if the
Matt,
public has this information and has all these names, because we have a big chunk of that anyway, and nobody's doing
I
anything.
don't know about some of the stuff that he said.
Because all they care
Matt,
about is celebrities. They're like Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew. When you start naming these people who are just like, it's not a very exciting list. I have a list. You've got a bunch of hedge fund managers and bankers
I mean,
and
Trump's
things.
on the list. There's a list going out right now. Trump's
That's
on the list,
yeah.
so
Oh
that's
yeah.
interesting.
Trump's are like that. A list of anyone who
I'd say
ever
that.
associated with him. I'm talking about the list where
I don't
victims
even know who this
themselves
guy
said
is.
this person raped me. You want a client list? You go
Yeah, but we
through.
don't have that list. We don't have that
Well,
list.
yes,
Yeah,
we do. Yes, you do. It's just you don't
where
have
is
it.
it?
You don't have it from some talking head on TV. All you have to do to compile the client list is go through the court documents, listen to his own staff, listen to the girls who got raped,
Well,
who tell you who's up.
who's got time to do that?
I did it.
I mean, like, where do you even find that at? That's why we need these people to like do the job for us, because we all have
Where you
jobs and
find
lives.
it,
Like,
all right,
and
I'll pin it.
and they
I'll
need to
pin it
give
to
it
the
to
Court
top of
us.
my.
documents.
I'll pin it to my top of my Twitter right now.
Yeah, court documents where? What does that even mean? What county?
Did
What
you not?
district? What?
Did
Oh boy. Mhm.
And you can go and read these things yourselves. Journalists know how to do this. And they'll tell you, yeah, like Virginia Giuffre was raped by Glenn Dubin. The Dubins, who ended up marrying Jeffrey's ex-girlfriend, by the way, meeting with Bill Gates late in the night. Like, you can compile this if you can listen to the people who flew the planes, pilots have blown the whistle, his chefs, his bodyguards, his own staff, turned on
The
Maxwell,
public of
turned on
Butler.
Korea?
Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, you're talking about the
This dude is in
Ghislaine
Korea?
Maxwell file
What?
drop that a couple of years ago, right? Because that just seems like where all the client list and all that was released.
Can I just make one
That is a
interesting
chunk
point?
of it. That is not it. It's
Yeah.
guys.
So it's
They have
kind of
been
ironic, right? The person who's in charge of releasing these files, Pam Bondi, was the Attorney General of Florida between 2011 and 2019. All of this Epstein stuff happened under her watch, and she allowed it to happen. That's pretty interesting. And now she's the one in charge of releasing all this information. She could have stopped Epstein back in 2011, and her Attorney General's office decided not to. She's the top law enforcement officer in the state. She could have stopped it back in 2011, and she didn't.
Well,
So in a way,
Epstein
she's
was
totally complicit.
prosecuted in Florida. That was the
Yeah, that's not
conviction, that
fair.
original conviction, though.
I don't know how that's not fair. She's the Attorney General. I mean,
Because
she is.
not
Let's be
because
honest.
like for instance, in some states like in New York, the
Go
attorney
ahead.
general doesn't do criminal prosecutions. It's the local DAs. So and in that instance, what you're talking about, the feds were prosecuting him. He just got a sweetheart deal. So she may. I just want to make it very clear. She may not have had a role in the criminal prosecution.
Yeah, but you're still complicit. You're in charge. You are in charge. You're the top law enforcement officer in the state. You can't just say I don't.
He
I had
did
nothing
go
to
to
do with it.
jail.
No, because
Six,
Epstein was
he's
denominated
meeting with
as an
Israeli
intel
prime
source.
ministers.
He
He's
was
on the board of
he was
trustees of the Wexner Foundation. You guys
Okay,
haven't put it together.
but if you're listen, if you're going to make excuses for Pam Bondi, then you also have to say in the same breath that she's not actually in charge of anything. Then, okay,
It's not an
so that's how it works.
excuse. Okay, the feds said that you can't prosecute him. You have to give him a sweetheart deal because he was an intel source. They provided him with an excuse that didn't allow for the prosecution of federal charges. He was only convicted on state charges, and that derived from Trump kicking him and Ghislaine Maxwell out because he came up and solicited the teenage girl of one of the other members. James Patterson's book talks about this. He's a neighbor. I mean, people. It's amazing to me that people haven't read that, haven't looked at it, or the Netflix series that came from it.
Yeah, and
Pam Bondi might be a bad actor, but she's not responsible for any failed prosecution, particularly federal, when she's a state attorney general or a state officer.
Yeah, well, listen, I highly disagree with that. I mean, then she's not in charge of anything, and then she's allowing crime to happen in her state. It's her state at the end of the day. She's in
But
charge
you want to go
of
back in the
prosecuting
history and blame
criminals.
her for something and suggest that she's not doing what she should be doing, what Trump has asked her to do. You can make that case, but
Not
it's not
necessarily
proven
blaming her, but it's interesting.
it's not
I
proven
think it's interesting.
it's not proven in my opinion by what just happened today. They said this is phase one. They didn't want to release anything. Influencers on X and other places, I won't pat my back, but have said no. You said day one, so we've been egging them on for a week, and this was the response. Is she suggesting that this is the information that she had, that the FBI in New York and the Southern District of New York have been withholding files, and she's instructed to go get them now. So give it a little time before you just shit on over everybody and what they did or didn't do in previous jobs.
Well, I mean, they're in charge. They're our elected officials. We vote them into office, and we expect them to uphold
She wasn't
the
in
justice
charge of
system
federal
fairly.
prosecutions.
Florida case is why he went to prison.
Exactly.
And so, how will we know when we have all the files? I mean, how will we even know if what they're giving us is?
You can always
Well, we won't.
everything?
We won't. And I said that earlier. It's like no matter how much gets released. I mean, in a hypothetical situation, let's just say everything gets released, every single video, every single note, every single everything. Okay, there are still going to be significant people out there who are going to say we don't have it all. All right. So this all boils down really to at some level, at some point, you're just going to have to trust that the information has been given out. And there are people who are so invested in a particular outcome that they want a particular person to be found guilty that if that name is not on the list, they will not accept it. That's just the reality. So there's no way to make everybody happy. There's no way to prove that everything got released. That can't be done. So if we realize that can't be done, all we can do is move forward in the best way possible within those parameters.
I think that's 100% right. And also, what I'd like to know, I think everyone else in this space would also like to know is who the hell killed Epstein. Hopefully, we get that information too. I mean, because that's totally being covered up, and that was covered up in Trump's first administration by Bill Barr. I mean,
Nicholas
Bill Barr's
Tartaglione. Tartaglione crime family. It's
that's
well
who did
known.
it.
Yeah, it's well known. It was well known the day after it
I don't
happened.
think. I don't think. Yeah, but I don't think it's well known like publicly. I don't think your
Oh,
average
yes, it
person
is.
knows that. Your
Yeah,
average
no,
person knows that.
no, no. The
There's
average
more
person
known
doesn't
than
know
what
that,
people
but
That's
it's
my
think.
well
point.
known.
Really.
Well,
So
that needs to get
before
out then.
Epstein,
My mom's
so
gonna be
before
coming up here
Epstein
soon with some
killed
cancer
himself,
she was
the week
reading through, so
before,
I'll have
his
to.
legal team said that Nicholas Tartaglione, his cellmate, tried to strangle him, and then one week later, he ends up killing himself, and just by happenstance, the bones that cracked, I think it's the hyoid bone in your neck, right? That bone
Correct.
is very very important for like it doesn't normally break, right? Without pressure put onto it. So it
Yeah,
wouldn't
committing
break if
suicide, hanging yourself, it doesn't
right.
break.
Right,
Yeah,
it wouldn't break the hyoid
correct.
bone with a bed sheet wrapped around the bed and jumping off, like how they said that he killed himself. It didn't make any sense.
Yeah, the mechanism of injury was what was his name? Bodden went ahead and reviewed it for some private source and said that the injury that killed him could not have been excuse me, Jesus, could not have been done with by hanging from a bed and jumping from the bed. He did all the math on it and the angles
Right.
and everything else. This wouldn't work.
That was the second examination brought on by Mark Epstein, Jeff
I'm gonna have
Epstein's
to
brother.
head
I want
down
to
here
point out
soon to meet
something
her
about this
and
presupposition about the
get
list.
the.
You guys are mental if you think he just wrote all his clients down in like alphabetical order and had a client list just sitting in a locker somewhere. You don't. There's no list like in a folder. It just had all of the perverts on it. The way you
There might
compile
be.
the list is doing what I said. You have to go through and listen to the victim's own statements. You have to listen to what his own staff said. And you can dig through and get the internal emails between him and clients bragging about it, like Jess Staley and dressing up girls like Disney
There might
princesses
be
and things.
some kind of
You
list.
can do
I
that
just don't
and
know.
then make a list out of that. It's not They're not so stupid to just write it all down and hide it somewhere, and then the FBI found it. Go,
They
wow,
might
look,
be.
they wrote it all down, all in a row. Here's all we
They
need.
might be. He might have
Come
had
on,
the
people.
official list of people. We just don't know.
So Jeffrey Epstein's butler actually did release a black book before he died of a weird cancer. I forget what it was, but
Yeah,
died of
but a black
some rare
book
cancer.
is just
And he
every
circled.
associate ever.
Wait. But he circled specific names in that black book that he said were associated heavily with Epstein's ring. That's an important thing to point out.
Yeah, that's a data point to be like, okay, well, his butler put circles on these names. So can you
Right.
corroborate that with anything else? And yes, you can.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. You can corroborate it because you have
So this is
Epstein
happening
connected
in
to
Iowa right
the
now.
Bronfman family, and then you also have
While
Epstein
all this is
connected to the
going on.
Bronfman family. And who owns UMG? Oh, that's the Bronfmans.
You had Robert Miller connected to the Bronfman family, too. They are the Kevin Bacon of pedophile rings.
Yep.
So Doc, we were talking about Pam Bondi, and she wasn't able to prosecute because it was taken out of her hands and given to the federal agencies. Do you think we'll ever learn the story behind why he was not he did not get a more harsh prosecution or a conviction and penalty that meets the crime, and he got some sweetheart deal? I mean, I know there's a lot of theories.
That deal's public.
Yeah.
No, I know it's public, but why? But okay,
no,
but
it's public. No, it is public. It's public saying that what he traded for it, and it would make people sick knowing it. It was insider trading. He threw a firm that he was associated to under the bus in exchange for a sweetheart deal. I don't know the firm off the top of my head.
On the underage.
Yes.
Sex.
Yes.
Okay, well, I don't think anybody in this space would get that deal, so I think that's interesting. Why he got that deal? Nobody else would get that deal.
You can also, let's deal in speculation. I'll agree.
I'm gonna start
Speculation
heading
that he
down,
was a
so I'm
Mossad
gonna take
agent.
myself off
That he was
here,
protected by
and
a
I'm gonna
foreign
be
government,
muted.
cooperating with our own.
Is there any evidence for that
Yeah.
out there? Or
No,
I'll have to mute myself, and
I
I'm gonna have to
predicated
start
my
heading down
statement
to
by
meet
saying
my
it's
mom. She's
speculation,
got
but
some
no, I
stuff
totally
for
understand.
me.
I'm just curious if there
This is
is
a
actual evidence or
really
total
interesting
speculation.
thing.
Well, I would
Hope you enjoy
defer, at least
listening
in
to
this
this.
space,
It's
to
really
Ryan to
interesting.
comment on that. But
but
It's much
to
better than the
suggest
other space we listened to.
that the story isn't known, I would refer you to James Patterson's book, and the name of it escapes me right now. I've posted about it many times. I'm sure Ryan and others might know the name of the book, but he recounts the whole situation at the country club, the prosecutions, the sweetheart deal, the involvement of the intelligence communities in Washington D.C., sending the message to them not to prosecute this guy because he was protected, because he was involved in quote unquote investigations on behalf of the federal government, and that's why he got a sweetheart deal. It's, you know, why that ended is another story, but no, I think that the story is well known. It just needs to be further research if you
Look,
haven't come across this information.
we also have to be clear here. He got weekend jail for child sex trafficking. That's insane stuff. So
He got to go home at night too.
yeah, that's kind of crazy. And I will have to say he was very very well protected until it was just the internet age. Things to just it was you couldn't hide it anymore. And then all of a sudden, he didn't kill himself. I don't believe there's anybody on this space who believes Epstein killed himself. He was taken out, and now the only thing that survives, because dead men tell no tales, but the only thing that survives is the information. And now, looking at what people are releasing now, it seems the information is a whole big nothing burger. It's hyped everybody up to say we're doing something, but right now there's nothing. There seems to be nothing there.
Nate, it seems to me a little bit more than that. As Ryan was saying, look, they have at least 250 child victims they've talked to. At least that's what Bonnie's been suggesting. And then they kind of hyped it up and dropped a fake report to a bunch of influencers, and then the RNC dropped a "never gonna give you up" troll on their Twitter, and that's what they were building up to. It seems more than just they don't have, this is all we're gonna get. There was like a kind of a, I don't know, a kind of disrespect, to put it lightly, a kind of flippance about this that doesn't seem to sit right when we're talking about the subject matter. Like, this is not just some white collar crime we're talking about. We're talking about probably one of the most evil things that has happened in this country in a long time. It's just this island that we're talking, with our leaders on it. So how do we square that? This is the one thing I can't really get my head around.
Well, now you got to be careful there. When you say 250 victims, that does not mean 250 child victims. A lot of these girls were underage. Not all of them were. He did have women working for him who are of age that were forced into prostitution. So not all of them are children.
But that
Somebody
would be
mentioned
sex
earlier, you want to
trafficking,
look
though.
into Liquid Funding Limited if you want to get into the core of his white collar crimes. Yeah, he's got weekend jail where he goes to jail on Sunday and he's still being visited at the prison by Israeli former prime ministers like Ehud Barak. I wonder why. Gee, I guess because it's
Bear
Iran.
Stearns was the firm. Bear Stearns. So he
Bears.
turned in, yeah. So
So
he
he
turned
worked at
in
Bear
managers.
Stearns, but what they did is they
Yep.
set up Bear Stearns Limit. They had Liquid Funded Limited and Bear Stearns Ireland to get around a bunch of regulations and things. They were moving around paper. I've gone
Yeah,
over
And he
that
but
was
ad nauseum.
so
visited
the
in prison by former Israeli prime ministers when he was in prison for
Yes,
his
and
what?
at
Yeah,
his
we got
house.
Gronk. We got to ask Gronk that. Hold on. Let me type that into Gronk and see if I can find something.
This is
Ehud Barak.
insane.
So is this whole
You know what
influencer
else
thing
is a
is just
problem?
smoke and
People
mirrors?
being insistently reliant on AI as their brain. Like, I'm done with this, man. I can't do stupid. I've
I'm just
covered this
asking for
since
search.
2007, and I just watch people go in circles and run right into the wall. I'm like, what are you doing? The answers are right here, and you're still. It's like you don't want it solved. You love having a mystery for some reason. This isn't complicated.
So
Instead of Gronk.
what's your head at, Ryan? Like, Ryan, what's this? What is this? How would you summarize the last few hours? What was the point of it?
I don't think it matters. I mean, like there's a genocide right now in front of the world. And they're not doing anything about it. They don't care about these girls. This is drama. It's like, ooh, we're gonna release some Epstein files. It's a bunch of redundant information that we already have. Nothing's gonna come of this. This is like Obama's gonna close Gitmo, and he didn't. He doubled the size of it. I have no faith in this Zionist administration to do anything moral or humane. This is just like rallying up his base to like the birthers and the QAnons and stuff that would be like, aha, and they're gonna go parade around. Look at what we got, and it's all stuff we already have. That's what's gonna happen.
Can I apologize to Ryan? Ryan, I thought you were just making that up, but I've actually that states everything he said is correct. Epstein was
But I
documented
don't
with
make
prominent
things.
figures.
I've never been community
Former
noted. I don't make things
that's
up.
why
I've released the list.
Ryan, that's why I'm apologizing to you. So all the sources, it says Prime Minister Barack indicated that he visited multiple times between 2013 and 20, including visits to the prison. So you are 100% correct. I am sorry for doubting you.
Well,
And
I'm glad you went and verified it yourself, because no one should just trust somebody. You should always verify things. But listen, I
When I
couldn't
told you I
make.
was going to verify it, you just told you
Okay.
to shoot me out.
Well, look. Well, I get impatient with this because I'm like, man, you're supposed to know this. I couldn't make this stuff up if I tried. This is what I have found. I found because it's real, and it's the Maxwell's and Epstein's and Les Wexner. Les Wexner and the Wexner Foundation goes all the way back to Rabbi Herbert Friedman and the Sonborn Institute stuff. They worked for the Israelis. They did. Now, half the people out there trying to make that argument can't, because they just sort of know because they've heard it from me or whatever, and then they're like, they go
Don't
on, but the
forget they
depth the
purchased Air
depth of their
America too.
knowledge is internet memes. And I'm like, if your depth of knowledge is an internet meme, don't go on a show and try and argue about it. Defer to the people that know what they're talking about. But that's not what happens. And it's always the people invited on the shows are the ones who are the loudest, not the ones who actually did the research. And so that's just the nature of media. And I'm done. I'm over it. Like I have, how I guess a lot of you had like COVID fatigue, where you're just so sick of hearing about that story. That's how I am with Epstein now. I'm just like, I give up. Like I put out the client list and it's like, whatever. I was like, okay, wait till somebody on TV tells you the exact same thing. And then you'll finally listen to it. Just, I don't know.
And you're saying, and Rob, I want to go to you, but just Ryan, you're saying this is basically misdirection, throwing red meat out to supporters, designed to misdirect people and distract people.
I think waving these files around got everybody to stop talking about USAID.
Thanks for that, Ryan. Hey, Rob, you had your hand up. Go ahead. I don't hear Rob. Can you guys hear Rob?
Rob, I can't hear you
Rob
either.
has some mic issues.
Rob, do you hear?
He's got mic issues.
Rob, yeah, I
Rob will
think
come
so.
back to you. Maybe you want to drop and come back. And go ahead, Kat.
Yeah, so Air America, which was a CIA front air company, air aviation company. Wexner and Epstein purchased that. I think it was in the 80s. I'm pretty sure. I don't 100% remember. But my point being is that the connection there to both the CIA and Mossad is very, very, very prevalent. You have Robert Maxwell, who was the father of Ghislaine, and Robert Maxwell fell off a yacht and yada yada yada, died, and he was heavily connected both to Israeli intelligence and also Russian intelligence. So, like, you have so many connections here to intelligence that it's not publicly known. But Epstein was also connected to arms trafficking with Iran Contra. He's connected multiple times to various intelligence assets, whether it's Iran Contra or purchasing Air America with Les Wexner. Like, it's obvious that he was intelligence. He was an intelligence asset. It was also said during the Sweetheart deal, why was the Sweetheart deal put forward? They said that Acosta said that he was told that he's an intelligence asset. This is above your pay grade. He said those words, right? So there's enough evidence there that is public if you look and dig, like Ryan said, that you'll find he's an intelligence asset.
Which country sold contraband to Iran during Iran Contra partnered with the United States?
You talking about
Israel.
Nicaragua? Israel?
No,
No, Mossad.
Nicaragua was
Yeah.
narcotics. I'm talking about who sold contraband. That's why it's called that.
Right. Yeah, that was
Why
Israel.
were they fighting?
Mossad.
Who did the Sandinistas overthrow when the Contras were having the civil war in Nicaragua? The Somoza family. And what did they do?
Yeah.
They were the ones that took the War Assets Administration weapons and sold them third party to Israel to get around arms export control laws.
Right.
Like and yeah, Wexner, of course, I mean, super Zionist, Les Wexner, because yeah, they're involved in that with the Pan Am. And that was the rug pull that him and Stephen Hoffenberg did when they worked for Tire Financial. This stuff is, but the thing is, like when I start talking like that, people's brains turn off. It's like, when are you going to say Tom Hanks and Leonardo DiCaprio? They're addicted to drama. I put the list up,
Yeah,
pinned
it's
on my
true.
tweet. But I've got I've got stuff to do. I'm done with this. It's just there's a list right there. You can add me, follow me, don't follow me. I don't care. This is Al. I will be vindicated like I always am. So there you go. And Maxwell too. He wasn't just working for Israel. I'm glad you said Israeli intelligence and not Mossad, because he was a Mossad asset. He was not in the Mossad.
Right.
But Robert Maxwell was Robert Maxwell was responsible for catching Mordecai Vanunu in a honey trap. He's the one that told the Israelis about him. Mordecai Vanunu is the Israeli whistleblower on their illegal nuclear weapons program,
Right. He was
which
also involved
they
with
were able
Promise.
to make because they stole highly enriched uranium from Apollo, Pennsylvania, out of the United States. And guess who else was involved in that? Who was sending through Heli Trading Company Kryton triggers with Arnon Milchan on one side and a little known dude named Benjamin on the other? On the receiving side in Israel was Netanyahu, and then he became prime minister. How about that?
So Ryan, with all this stuff, that you've uncovered and that what exactly is it, do you think, that everybody is hoping to or waiting to see from this Epstein stuff? Or is it just total smoke and mirrors, misdirection to get us focused on something
Celebrities.
that isn't important?
They want celebrities.
Ryan, can you mention Promise software, Robert Maxwell software, which allowed the Israelis
What?
to steal the nuclear technology?
Well,
We're
they didn't. That's not how they got the nuclear
I
technology.
mean, I
That
see
was
a
It's
with
bunch of
But
celebrities.
software.
it was a
Promise is
back door.
Promise
It
is
was a
separate.
back
It
door
was
to
a
the
back
intel.
door. Yeah, Promise. I did a whole series on it. I actually exposed some things that weren't
Well,
previously
the
public
French
on it.
built them a
well,
reactor.
let's just try to stick to the topic at hand. Ryan, if you don't mind, I had a quick question for you because I was listening. Uh, you talked about this being all misdirection and that you just think that people are just looking for some juicy celebrity gossip. And I'm paraphrasing you, of course. But don't you think that there could be information in these files that could have some substance where very prominent people could be facing serious trouble?
I hope so. And I think what this is really doing is it's reinvigorating attention in something that never should have died off on. Like I'm on this space right now and I get to talk about Epstein because of this, right? And then I'm someone that, oh, you want to know about Jeffrey Epstein? I can talk about that for hours and hours, real juicy stuff. But so even if this is just the little black book and just the flight logs, which is what I think that's all it is, it's already created like reinvigorated attention on this case. And they're like, yeah, you ought to be looking at the Israel connection. You ought to be looking at the Bronfmans. You should be looking at Wexner. Like these are business fronts and they facilitate blackmail rings, all sorts, by the way, not just sexual blackmail, human trafficking. And then it's like that's already a good in and of itself. The fact that all these people are still hungry for information about the Epstein case, and they always have been. I've never
But
seen a more clear divide, other than maybe the Assange case,
don't you find
where the
it
government and the public were such odds.
don't you find it a little disconcerting that people tend to have the attention span of a fruit fly, though? Today, this is, on the forefront, but tomorrow, I don't know, maybe Kim Kardashian drops a nude, and then suddenly people are on that. It's just the attention span for some
Mm-hmm.
for a topic this we're talking about children. We're talking about children that have been abused and women that have been abused, and we just go on to the next big thing. I'm happy that this is back in the news, but I did listen to you saying, sure, we're just looking for some juicy gossip on celebrities and some politicians. That's not what I want. I don't think a majority of
we're back.
people want. I want to see some evidence. I want to see a smoking gun. Do you think in the next phases, Ryan, in your opinion, that we are going to eventually get a smoking gun, or it's just going to be a series of disappointments?
Well, it's okay. So that's another thing I'll point out. People think Epstein was like blackmailing Congress or something.
But I think
Not
that's
really.
a narrative that
It-
a lot of people
yeah,
believe that he
you did.
has blackmail
APAC
material.
already owns Congress, so that's not necessary. Those people are interchangeable. He did blackmail some politicians, like he had
So
Governor
what
Bill
is going on
Richardson,
with Shrek?
and it was just petty stuff. Like he wanted to change the zoning laws in New Mexico so he could build a Zorro ranch. He did. He got Senator George Mitchell, for example. So that's a senator. That's a big deal.
What?
But by and large, he didn't even mess with politicians. He went above their head right at the donor class. Because if you can blackmail the donor class, then you own everybody they own. And
Because
that's
you
what
have
he
the
spent most of their
money,
time on.
right? You have the money
You get
behind
the
you.
money, and the donor class also is who,
There's
the
a
large donations to university gives you access to R&D for U.S. science and technology and trade
what on
secrets that
earth?
they can steal and give to Israel. And that was the whole point of the operation.
Joa, thank you for joining. I did ask you to join. You had sent me a couple of messages. But Joa, I'd like your opinion. Do you think that the next few phases are just going to be something that's already out there in the public domain? Or do you think that we're going to see something of substance?
If even if we do see something of substance, I think we already have the roadmap of what will happen.
What's the roadmap?
You have a group called Lev Torah, right? Which is a group that has abducted children,
So there is a
put them
Shrek
into
5
sex rings, and
coming.
married them off underage to people. They've been caught 3 times. Every time they get caught, there's only one person or 2 people who are arrested. The leader gets away every time, not because he ran away, just let go. The CIA actually let the leader go. Now he's being extradited to Israel, where he's committed no crimes in Israel whatsoever. He's being extradited there. And I think that's exactly what will happen here.
Lie.
Some people will play the fall guy, people who are the lowest on the totem pole. The big guys like Prince Andrew will walk away like nothing happened. And that's what we're going to see. And everyone's eyes are going to be
Well, where
on,
would
look at
he even be
these sick
prosecuted?
perverts.
Where would he be prosecuted?
Sarah, hold on.
Ask Jill
Look at
Biden
these
and
sick
Anthony
perverts.
Blinken about Lev Torah.
Yeah, exactly. And then you go and say, okay, look at these sick perverts, but what you don't
He
get to is
himself needs to
who
fight
ran this and has run
state of
this
New York.
several times,
No.
and why aren't we going after them? And they
No,
won't be
he
named
himself
because the
isn't going
US
to go there.
has named
He has
American
people.
spies,
He can
they've named British spies, but although the biggest spy ring ever caught in America is Israeli, no Mossad agent has ever been named in America. Right? And that is the problem, Sarah. Nothing will happen to the
they
real
were
evil that's
leading,
behind
you
this.
know?
There's some sick perverts that will get arrested, and it'll be the low man on the totem pole. The people who are high up on the totem pole,
You don't
nothing
think
will
the
happen.
people
Well, they
caught on the
caught
totem
Jonathan
pole?
Pollard and Stuart Nuzet, but
Yeah, I
they
was going to
released
say
them both.
Jonathan Pollard.
Will they?
Right here.
Wouldn't
And
the
Nozette, that
wouldn't
was the big one.
gentlemen? Wouldn't the lowest people
I don't
on the
know what they're
totem pole, in order
bitching
to
about.
save their own skin, start talking?
If they let them talk, that's the thing.
A lot of them are
If they let
dead.
them talk.
But I also want to ask, wouldn't this be great for the government to have this blackmail material? Because we're talking about the CIA and Israeli intelligence. This is great blackmail material on someone like Bill Gates and former President Clinton to have videos, tapes, and client lists that they've been doing this type of stuff, right? You have some of the richest people in the world under your thumb. Why release it? It just doesn't make sense.
Thank you. Rob, you have your hand up. Go ahead, please, sir.
Yeah, I was just going to say, and Mickey, you asked me earlier, why wouldn't they be more transparent? And first of all, they're not going to be more transparent because I think Sarah made the point. Like, we live in a very simple-minded information age. People on this Twitter Spaces, like Ryan, you guys, you have so much detail, so much information. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying you even said it. It goes over most people's heads. They want a quick solution. The quick solution is releasing something. We said we would, we will. They're not going to not do what they said because they want to save face. I know there's a lot of, I love Trump, but they're going to save face. So they're not going to come out and be, to Mickey's point that you asked me, let's just be honest and say, we can't fully release this or we don't want to for this reason. They're just going to say we're releasing stuff and hope the press coverage takes it. I don't think we'll ever, ever, ever get to the bottom of this. And by the way, Ryan, everything you know, the government knows. Everything you like super sleuths have dug up, the government knows. So they know it all. So if they're choosing not to say it, they're doing it for selfish reasons, protective reasons, complicated political reasons, but they're never going to tell us everything. And that sucks. But I just think that's the reality. We will never.
There's supposed to be some kind of press
know
conference
everything about any
this
of this stuff,
afternoon.
no
We're
matter who
still
the
waiting for
president
this
is.
press conference.
That's my thought.
Thank you. Go ahead, go
Sir,
ahead, Joe.
The best thing that can happen out of this is, look, after 9/11, a lot of people woke up that maybe the government's lying to them.
Yeah.
After Epstein, everyone's very like untrustful of the government. COVID, I think, kind of divided people, and I think this case, if everything's not released, it might actually join us together and realize that
I
it's
would
us versus
agree
them.
because I'm seeing
and hopefully that's the
I'm
best thing
seeing
that
a
can
more
happen.
bipartisan view on this. People on both
I
sides
wish
are
I don't think that
angry
there's a
and
way
saying,
for
wait a
me
minute,
to
this is
just
not what
mute
was
them for
indicated
a
would be
minute.
released. This
I
was
think you have
not what we
to.
thought we would be getting. And I think there's a lot of disappointment and there's a lot of anger. I'm wondering if anybody can check, is that horrific post from the
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. So we can't hear them for a minute. They're muted. But I didn't think that I was going to be muting her as well. Okay. I cannot hear her. Okay. That's not what I wanted. And I don't know how to.
And she doesn't really feel that any
wouldn't
of this
go over
information
well
is
if
smoking
the
gun.
public
The
knew
big
about
story
them.
here is
And
Pam
so
writing
I think
a
that
letter
there
to
is
Kash
something
Patel asking him
extremely
to
concerning
investigate
here when
why
you
the
look at
FBI
like Dan
has
Bungee
stopped
and
the
Right.
release of other
the very
He had,
first
portions
he
thing.
had
of the
an
Epstein
affair with his
files.
physical trainer, and that came out, and
Hey
it didn't
guys, this
matter.
is Savannah Hernandez.
Well, I
mean,
think we're talking about something very different from somebody cheating on their wives rather than having illicit relations with young girls.
Well, I mean, this guy like is legalized prison rape.
In front of the White House with, yes, one of those Epstein file binders. Now, I want to clear something up immediately and state that nobody from the Trump admin gave us these binders and said, you guys are going to be the ones responsible for disseminating this information. They actually told us that there's going to be a press conference at any moment now, most likely this afternoon, in which all of the information in this binder is made available to the American public.
What I don't understand.
Now, Pam this morning stated to us that some of the information in here is already public, and she doesn't really feel that any of this information is a smoking gun. The big story here is Pam writing a letter to Kash Patel asking him to investigate why the FBI has stopped the release of other portions of the Epstein files. So that is what is currently going on, and I wanted to come out as a journalist as well and state that, again, we are not responsible for deciding what does or does not come out. All of the information in this binder will be made public. Pam Bondi herself stated that she wants all of the Epstein files to be made public to the American people, not just to influencers or independent journalists, but that in itself has been
still a little frustrating.
process. Now, one of the reasons why I have this is because the Trump admin right now is making a big push for not only transparency, but being welcoming to independent journalists who might have been looked down on, ignored, or even censored over the last 4 years. This administration is making a big push right now to allow American people to come into the Oval Office, to come into the White House and directly talk to the president, the vice president, Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, RFK Jr. about what they are going to be doing for the American people. So it's really interesting to see how this administration is handling the media and allowing independent people, American citizens, to come into the Oval Office and talk directly to highest members of the administration. So I wanted to give you guys my update on this. There will be a press conference. All of this will be made public.
Well, you know what? We're all upset about it.
Hey guys, this is Savannah Hernandez in front of the White House with, yes, one of those Epstein file binders. Now, I want to clear something up immediately and state that nobody from the Trump admin gave us these binders and said, you guys are going to be the ones responsible for disseminating this information.
Sidney
Jack is
Powell
former
and
intelligence
Linwood.
too.
Well, I do want to.
Yeah,
but now we
they're
have
not
political
dumb.
heft.
It's
He
disinfo
basically
on
just said,
purpose.
listen, they say stuff just to get followers. Like, you've got to be very careful listening to these people. Very, very careful. When they post something, fact check it. You got to fact
Well,
check
that's what I said. They're all about that drama, not justice.
Well,
Because drama means clicks.
Well, it's clickbait.
I
You
think,
make money.
I think, Matt, you make a very good point in that having a following on social media does not necessarily make you influential. Maybe in your own mind, maybe in your little bubble, maybe in the people that follow and like you. However, that doesn't make you an influential it doesn't translate to real life.
Well, it doesn't make you reputable.
It doesn't. You're right. It
like
does not make you reputable.
How many of them are using bots too and buying likes? That's all I got to say.
Well, I think that the
You
bots
have more people following every word of Joe Rogan than Cy Hirsch, and because that's the type of society we live in.
Well, and it can be very, very short-lived as well. We've seen many people that have been, quote, influencers that have had some really terrible things come out about their personal lives. And suddenly it has people scratching their head saying, wow, I trusted this person as a news source. And now I find out that they are actually really vile, disgusting people.
What you might give credence to is not the people with a lot of followers. Look at the people who've been blanket banned from social media. Like myself, I got banned off MySpace in 2005, kicked off YouTube, kicked off Facebook, all the meta stuff, kicked off PayPal, kicked off Patreon. Because when you speak truth to power, power comes down on your head. And so the people who've been banned on everything other than maybe X, because Elon brought us back, those are the ones that probably had something to say that's a threat to the system. The people who have YouTube channels, like if you're not even banned on YouTube and Facebook, you're not saying anything that threatens the system.
You know what,
or
Ryan?
you wouldn't have a channel.
Ryan, I will say that I have never been banned off any platform because I post doggy stuff. Therefore, I might be considered a doggy influencer, although it gets me nowhere when I tell people at Costco that I host some of the largest spaces on X. They just say, okay, hand us your Costco card, please. I'll go to you.
Well, dogs are cool.
Dogs are
but
cool.
I'm just saying, it's not for sure. Some people who get banned ought to be banned, like they're just raging, like racist or whatever. But
I agree.
There's a whole section of people, of real journalists, that they basically live on Substack because they're not allowed to be anywhere else. And even X, like it lets you on, but it certainly sandbags. It certainly shadow bans. And he admitted you don't have freedom of speech, but not freedom of reach. So it has a modicum of free speech. TikTok's the same way. It has a modicum of free speech. You do have free speech
TikTok's
on
worse.
Substack and Rumble and all, but you don't have an organic. It's not one of the. It doesn't have the eyeballs. So it's like, yeah, you have the freedom to say what you want, but let's be realistic. Anybody that wants to go watch a video on their phone or whatever, they just go straight to YouTube. 99.999% of people. So if there's a monopoly out there like that, and YouTube absolutely does not allow free speech, like YouTube will ban you for going after child predators. YouTube will ban you for debunking war propaganda. And it's because it's unwritten rules. And people, I'm going to go off on this 1 second. They'll be like, oh, what about Section 230, blah, 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 blah. That's not the problem. That we have freedom of speech in the United States, First Amendment, you could say. Like even something like pornography, for example. It is allowable over the age of 18 or whatever. And a private company can come in and say, yeah, that's allowable under the First Amendment, but we as a company disagree with pornography. So we're going to make it as a rule, no porn. So that's why you can have written contract law. And that's what YouTube does. They have a partnership program. So in the partnership program, they lay out rules. Here's the things you can't say. And under one of those is hate speech. But hate speech is defined in written terms as advocating violence for said groups, A, B, C, D, whatever, for race, sex, whatever. Okay, but they will ban you even if you do not advocate violence based on political speech they don't like. They will ban you if you went against the COVID hysteria because it was speech they didn't like. So what happens is you have a bunch of unwritten rules. So if somebody goes and they're like exercising their free speech and they're a partner and you have a written contract, and they will just ban you. You'll say, hey, I didn't have any strikes. I didn't break any of the rules. And they'll just go, yeah, well, too bad. We ban you anyway. Our trust and safety board decided to get rid of you. That is not how it should work. If Trump really wants to do something, if he really wants a cybersecurity bill of rights, then you have to hold people to contract law. And you can't just sue Google. Let's be serious. So what happens is, if you're going to have a bunch of unwritten rules, you're like, you're not allowed to criticize Israel, then you have to write that down, because that's not in the rules. It's definitely, like, we all know you're not allowed to criticize Israel, you'll get banned. But so you should just make a rule and write it down if that's what you're going to do at YouTube. But they don't. They have the unspoken rules. And so anybody that said the wrong thing, engaged in wrong think, they got banned. Now, I would say you either write that down or you have to have a third party arbitrate disputes. You cannot just say our trust and safety board, and you're not even allowed to know who's on it or where they are, decided you broke a rule. Like, okay, which rule did I break? Which video was it? Give me the example. They don't have to provide that. There's no court. There's no anything. They just ban you, and that's it. You don't even get to, there's not even a person to talk to argue about it. They just say, your account has been terminated. And that's that.
If they're gonna go on and on about,
so what you have
They
is
don't
like,
even
what a
tell you
weapon.
why. They don't even tell you
No,
why
they don't
you're
even tell you why.
Can you appeal?
And and
okay,
people.
Okay, dude, they're just going on and on about absolute bullshit. Let's go back to this one and see if they're saying anything relevant.
So.
Yeah, the only thing I'd say is that out of all the journalists that are there, the only one you could probably trust is Scott. If you really think about it, he's the only one that didn't actually release anything. Now they know, okay, phase 2, I'm not gonna, like, now we know exactly who to bring. Now bring in a different set of reporters.
No. I
And,
think
like,
I think phase 2 should just be the normal plan of posting it on a website for everyone to open source the information. I mean,
yeah,
it's kind of like
I don't disagree with you on that, but you also have to understand they also wanted to try something new, which they've been trying something new with, bringing in new journalists, new influencers, whatever.
no, I agree. I agree. You know,
and like
give viewing.
and realistically, who are you going to trust? The government, or are you going to trust Scott?
I would
I'm pretty
trust
sure
the people. I would trust the
exactly.
people. Put it on a website. I would trust the people. Put it on a website and allow each and every single person in this country to have access to the information. There's no need for any groups getting privy.
But George, think
this
about
is
this.
all
Think
I
about
really
this from everybody else's standpoint, right? Okay, let's say like Pam Bondi and Cash Patel. There's
So
already been controversy.
let's look at this, because apparently, so we have Ghislaine Maxwell, of course, she's going to be on there. Virginia Lee Roberts Giuffre, she's a known ex-citizen. Sandra of England. James Michael Ostrich, no idea who that is. Philip Barton. Redacted, could mean the victim. Kate Blanchett. David Boys. Laura Booth, Evelyn Boulay, Rebecca Boylan, Joshua Renner, Naomi Campbell, Caroline Casey, Paul Castle, Sharon Churcher, Bill Clinton, David Copperfield, Alexandra Cousteau, Cameron Diaz, Leonardo DiCaprio, Alan Dershowitz, Dr. Mona Stevenson. No idea who these people are. Are these not? What the fuck is this? So this goes from 23 to 47? This just jumps around. I don't understand. It skips from 23 to 47. So, Brittany Henderson, Brett Jaff, Michael Jackson, Carol Roberts Kest, Dr. Karen Kudicup, Peter Leisterman, George Lucas, Tony Lyons, Brian Jamie A. Mellison, Lynn Miller, Marvin Minsky, Redacted. So it's assumed that Redacted is possibly a victim. David Mullen, Joe Pagano, Mary Beluga, J. Stanley Pottinger, Joseph Ricari, Michael Ryder, Jason Richards, Bill Richardson, Sky Roberts, Scott Rosenstein. So we go to 69, and then this is 70. For Sawyer, Doug Schultel, Kevin Spacey. People we knew. See, I know I've heard this before. So much of this is shit that we knew. Cecilia Stein, Mark DeFoya, Brent Tyndall, Kevin Thompson, Donald Trump, Ed Tuttle, Emma Vaughan, Kimberly Vaughan Edwards, Lucinda Valdez, Anthony Valerdes, Maritza Vasquez, Vicky Ward, Jared Westfield, Courtney Wild, Bruce Willis, Daniel Wilson, Kathy Alexander, Miles Alexander. Here's another breakdown, supposedly. So, Kevin Spacey, Bruce Willis, Cameron Diaz, David Copperfield, George Lucas, Forrest Sawyer, former television news anchor, correspondent, Naomi Campbell, Vicky Ward. Yeah, see, I think I remember hearing about her. Aaron Neil Lyons, Alan Dershowitz, David Boyes, high profile attorney, Bush vs. Gore. Okay, so that's who that is. J. Stanley Pottinger, Willard Barton, Christina Valdez, British lawyer, specializing in defamation cases, human rights attorney, specializing in immigration. Paul Kessel, legal scholar, former federal judge, victim rights advocate. AI pioneer and MIT professor, Mary Beluga, environmental scientist focused on substantial agriculture, Jamie A. Melanson, marine biologist specializing in coral reef conservation. There was a lot of things that he donated to. So that might be an important reason behind why these people are on this list. He had a lot of things that he donated to. He had foundations that supported. So this kind of makes sense. Dr. Karen Kudaloff, medical researcher for immunology work. Lynn Miller, literary scholar specializing in women's autobiographical writing. Don't really know why he was on there. Rebecca Poitland, conservation biologist and wildlife protection advocate. Dr. Mona Stevenson, medical researcher specializing in tropical diseases. Chef and Food, Business and Finance, Mark DeFoya, Chef and Food podcaster pioneer, Jerry Weisfield, literary agent and entertainment executive, Miles Van Tech View, Brett Jass, financial advisor, Bob Meister, Jimmy Michael Astrich, Scott Rothenstein, former attorney who ran a major politics. Courtney Wild, which is right after the episode Survivor. Virginia Lear, environmental activist, focused on marine conservation. Carolyn Casey, disability rights activist. Alexander Cousteau, environmental advocate and filmmaker. Sky Roberts, advocate against human trafficking. Interesting. She was okay. Kimberly Vaughn Edwards, education policy expert. Joe Padiner, urban planner for sustainable development. Brittany Henderson, sports medicine specialist for young athletes. Kevin Thompson, sports psychologist working with elite athletes. Stephen Mullins, cinematographer known for independent films. Ed Tuttle, Doug Schottel, they were known. He was known for. Tuttle was known for his architecture and stuff. Doug Schottel was an architect known for sustainable design. Michael Ryder, former Palm Beach chief who investigated Epstein. Joseph Ricari, detective who worked on the Epstein investigation. Ghislaine Maxwell, notorious, okay. Anthony Valerdes, photographer and dance instructor. Martin Vasquez, community organizer for urban renewal. Daniel Wilson, Evan Boulet, Jason Richards, philanthropist. Okay. I remember some of them. Some of these I've heard before. I guess that person has me blocked. I probably took them off once. This was a much better list. So I'm gonna all right, so we're gonna switch over from this for a little bit here. I also said that we were going to talk a little bit about stuff related to Musk here. So I found a thing that talked about oh, here. Mm. Okay, so this is supposed to be oh, dang nabbit. I want to get around. It allows me to get around subscriptions website that allows you to get around subscription. Let's try this. See if it'll work. Okay. So this is all about their custody battle here. All right. So Elon Musk and Grimes. You remember they started out. They were on good terms when they started out. Okay. 4-year-old X is the one who's most frequently spotted is one of the most, and we'll get into why I think that might be somewhat important. So Elon and Musk ended their custody dispute in Texas. A former couple shares 3 children, including 4-year-old X, who's frequently spotted with Musk. We'll get into why I think that is important and what that tells us. Court records show Musk and guys were arguing over whether the kids lived in Texas or California. Musk and Grimes' castle battle was resolved in August, nearly a year after Tesla's CEO filed a lawsuit against the musician in the state. So I didn't know about this. I did not realize that he had sued her. Okay, the former couple was locked in a contentious custody battle over the 3 children they share: 4-year-old X, also known as Baby X, 2-year-old Exa, and 2-year-old Tao. So I'm guessing the 2 of these are twins. Last year, against one another, different states. I don't know where the children actually lived and which state the case should go forward, either in Texas or California. Here is a timeline of the custody battle, including when the lawsuits filed, the actions of Musk and Grimes have made each other in court. Grimes claimed in a recent court document that she filed a petition to terminate a parental relationship in Los Angeles on April 22nd, 2022. Business Insider was able to independently verify the petition in LA County's online court database. The document would have been filed a few months before Musk and Grimes welcomed their third child, Techno Mechanicus, or Tau, via surrogate in June. So that one was via surrogate. That's interesting. Musk had also filed the diet via surrogate in December 2021, Extra Dark Serial. So I didn't realize this. I didn't realize that those two were both from a surrogate. That's why they're the same age, because I guess apparently they did it at roughly the same time. I'm assuming using her eggs and his sperm. So that's interesting. Musk began the process buying Twitter, now called X, in April 2022. The pair had flown out to see Grimes' parents on April 9th, but Musk had stayed behind at the hotel in stress mode, waiting whether to buy the social media Grimes sold Walter Isaacson. The billionaire later made his $44 billion bid on April 14th. What followed was a year for both of them. The billionaire began sleeping at the social media company headquarters and got into a series of political spats. That same year, Grimes also learned Musk had separately fathered a set of twins with a director at one of his startups. In July 2022, Grimes learned Musk's twins with Chabanzos via Business Insider report, according to Isaac's biography on Musk. In August 2023, Grimes and Musk traveled to Tokyo together, but Musk said the position for their relationship broke down shortly after that. He said Grimes flew back to California on a commercial flight on August 23rd, and that their 2 years have not been back in Texas since, according to court documents. Musk sued Grimes in Texas in early September to allege the parent-child relationship with their 3 kids. In this petition, he said he took legal action after he realized Grimes was not returning to sex with younger children. Meanwhile, their eldest son, X, had remained with Musk in Texas. On the same day, Musk filed his custody suit. Grimes wrote and then quickly deleted it, and asked calmly for Musk to let me see my son, please. Or please respond to my lawyer. Adding a responsive photo of Musk was delicious. I have never been allowed to see a photo of these children until this moment. Despite the situation utterly ripping my family apart. Grimes and Zillis later took to social media to say they were no longer feuding. Grimes left. Weeks after the Texas suit, Grimes sued Musk in San Francisco, asking for primary physical custody and joint legal custody of their 3 kids. Meanwhile, investigators did the immigration today, visiting the U.S.-Mexico border on September 19th and calling for a Trump-style wall. 10 days later, Musk took his 3-year-old son X to a meeting with the president of Turkey in New York. The event led to an awkward exchange with Turkish President Tayyip Erdogan asked Musk where his wife was. Oh, she's in San Francisco. I was separated. I take care of him, Leslie. Grimes responded to Musk's lawsuit in October, arguing that Texas was not the right jurisdiction for the custody battle. In the filing, Grimes said that 2 of the children had been living with her in California for more than 6 months before the litigation began, and that California is their home state. She acknowledged that one of her children, X, is not presently in California, but said he was only absent from the state over her objection. On October 5th, Musk learned he was under the U.S. Securities Exchange Commission for his Twitter purchase, while on October 7th, Musk's X struggled to combat misinformation on the Israeli-Hamas war. His company continues to see mass exodus over afters or reports of unchecked hate speech on the site. Grimes revealed in court records on November 3rd the length to which her team went to serve Musk's custody papers, which concluded tracking his private jets. Long and Musk sat down for an interview with Prime Minister Rishi Sunak to chat about AI regulations, following a global summit on the issue. Also, so then on November 20th, 2023, Musk filed a amended petition on the 20th to accuse drivers of moving to California this year in order to avoid jurisdiction in Texas, where the billionaire could be ordered to pay significantly less in child support. The petition was filed only a few days after Musk faced backlash from being introduced an anti-Semitic post on X. The co-owners and investors alike spoke out against the billionaire. Then Musk appeared to go on what some call an apology tour on November 27th. Really? I never realized that any of that was going on, but okay. Musk asked a judge to restrict access to custody battle for his kids' safety. I can see that. That same week, Musk sat down for Bizarre to be to the circuit at the Deal Book Summit. At the event, Musk told expires they had fled the platform to go fuck yourself, and even directed his comments directly at Disney CEO Bob Iger. November 30th, 2023, Grimes says Musk won't let nannies testify for her. Court records filed at the end of November. Grimes accused Musk of not allowing their children and nannies to testify on behalf. Family law experts previously told him that the nannies might be used to help prove where the kids primarily live. I said Musk was using non-disclosure agreements they previously had the nannies sign in order to prevent them from speaking. However, she claims Musk was cherry-picking information from the nannies for his benefit. On November 30th, Tesla hosted its biggest event of the year, Cybertruck Deliveries, a 30-minute event drew ire from some Tesla fans and from Musk to lift some of his promises for the vehicle, including its price and range. Elon Musk and son X. Okay, so there's pictures there that they're not showing. In a admitted complaint filed in Texas court, Musk described his own social media posts over recent years in which the musician both explicitly said and heavily suggested she was living in Austin, Texas. Play post from months after she claimed she moved to California with her 2 youngest children. Musk also detailed aspects of the kids' lives in Texas, including their doctor's visits and schooling. The billionaire also filed another motion to seal the case, arguing his children because Social Security is at risk as long as the filings remain exposed to the public. Meanwhile, on social media, Musk continued to lash out at advertisers. This doesn't seem relevant at all. December 2023, the Texas judge seals the case to the public. So, oh my goodness, after Musk, I'm trying to figure out how long it took him to seal it. After Musk asked the suspended public access documents the case, the judge agreed to close the courtroom to the media and seal the case. Musk's relevant interest in the custody battle did not outweigh the safety of his children. So, we don't hear anything until July 27th, 2024. In a series extensively to post on X Grimes' mother, Sandy Garacino, addressed Musk directly by asking him to allow the children to visit their 93-year-old great-grandmother. Grimes' Wolf planned visit to celebrate her birthday this weekend today, but those hopes were crushed when the trip was canceled, Garacino wrote on X. I have learned to learn the children cannot come as you were withholding them and their needed passport documents from Claire. She added, referring to Grimes by her real name. Garacino implied that Grimes did not know where the children were and that Musk asked Musk to honor your agreement and return the kids and the documents to your daughter. Please, Elon, I beg you. It's so painful, my brother, Mr. Mr. Kids. Time's of the yes now. The former couple appeared at Texas court on August 2nd, where they addressed a series of motions, including one brought to halt the proceedings temporarily. The hearing was closed to the public. Musk and Grimes' legal representation met at least one more time in court before the case was resolved sometime in August. The singer shared details of the legal battle in a post on X, saying she hadn't had time to work on creative projects as of late because the threat of losing our kids while going back fighting for them is not very conducive to great thoughts. I just slept and cried every minute I wasn't truly fighting for my kids during that year, she said. In a follow-up post, Grimes said she had a fraction of Musk's wealth and resources. It's been a year locked in the battle of the state with terrible women's rights, having my Instagram posts and modeling used as reasons I shouldn't have my kids, and fighting and attaching for the love of my life as he became unrecognized to me with a fraction of his resources. All the while, I didn't see one of my babies for 5 months. The clerk's office in Travis County, Texas, confirmed that a judge issued a final order in the case in August. The status is listed as closed, according to the clerk's office. Representatives from Musk and Grimes did not respond to request for comment. It's unclear how the lawsuit was resolved. The state of Grimes' original San Francisco case is also unclear. Residents of San Francisco Superior Court told BI they couldn't share information about the case because it was. So, I am struggling to understand how she ended up leaving him behind. I don't quite get that. Some actions may have to do with watching how this unfolded. Broke down Shohei and Grimes, flew back to California. Broke down Shohei and Grimes, flew back to California on a commercial flight, and that the two young children had not been managed according to the court documents. So, for whatever freaking reason, I don't know why she was not able to take the youngest with him. I'm not really sure. That's kind of weird to me. I don't understand how that happened. But I think that at some point he was. I think at some point that Ashley Sinclair was concerned that Musk was going to want to have full custody of his child at some point. And I think that's why she wanted to be the first to go to court and try to establish rights to him and that sort of thing. What I'm kind of I kind of suspect that Musk may very well prefer his oldest son. I think he wants to groom X to take over things because I don't know how much of a relationship he has with his other children. And I think that it's possible he may anticipate 4-year-old X to kind of take over things. What Sinclair is worried about is that Musk is going to try to take her child away from her, and she's going to be in a situation where that she finds herself in, where she didn't see the kid for 5 months. And I don't know how much she actually sees him now. So, yeah. But I tend to think that at some point he thinks that the children should stay primarily with their mother. And then at some point I think he thinks that it's best that he kind of takes over things. And I think that that's what she's worried about. Ashley Sinclair. She doesn't want him trying to take custody away from her at some point. And it may very well be a valid concern. Dude, if they're compromised, dude, it will compromise them regardless. The influencers will post what they know, or be posted as a PDF. In actuality, most of what was released by today appears to be information and was already well known. Already cooked up. Nothing shocking was released today. Okay, I'm gonna post something here that I think he needs to see. Because I thought I had this. I thought I saved it. Ew. Nah. Where? I had separate bookmarks here. Okay, this is what I was looking for.
File binders. Now, I want to clear something up immediately and state that nobody from the Trump admin gave us these binders and said, you guys are going to be the ones responsible for disseminating this information. They actually told us that there's going to be a press conference at any moment now, most likely this afternoon, in which all of the information in this binder is made available to the American public. Now, Pam this morning stated to us that some of the information in here is already public, and she doesn't really feel
just say it
any
herself.
of this information is a smoking gun. The big
None of it is a smoking gun. It's been previously released.
Writing a letter to Kash Patel asking him to investigate why the FBI has stopped the release of other portions of the Epstein files. So that is what is currently going on, and I wanted to come out as a journalist as well and state that, again, we are not responsible for deciding what does or does not come out. All of the information in this binder will be made public. Pam Bondi herself stated that she wants all of the Epstein files to be made public to the American people, not just to influencers or independent journalists, but that in itself has been a process. Now, one of the reasons why I have this is because the Trump admin right now is making a big push for not only transparency, but being welcoming to independent journalists who might have been looked down on, ignored, or even censored over the last 4 years. This administration is making a big push right now to allow American people to come into the Oval Office, to come into the White House and directly talk to the president, the vice president, Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, RFK Jr. about what they are going to be doing for the American people. So it's really interesting to see how this administration is handling the media and allowing independent people, American citizens, to come into the Oval Office and talk directly to highest members of the administration. So I wanted to give you guys my update on this. There will be a press conference. All of this will be made public.
Yeah, so I mean, we've got really nothing new. Nothing new. There's not really all that much more to even really say, people. So I think we're gonna leave it here because I mean, if you really want the press, we can wait a little while and see if this alleged press conference ever happens. But it doesn't look like this alleged press conference is happening today. I mean, I've been watching for it. I haven't been able to find it. So I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. There just still does not appear to be a press conference. So I think that's all we wrote, people. I'm gonna leave you for now. Bye.